Kifaya, please, are you on call? Can you confirm you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Miriam.
Okay.
All right, are you guys ready?
Yes, ma'am, we're ready.
All right, your time starts now.
On the 24th September 2022, a Google Form survey was conducted to determine the correlation of parenting to the creative process of a child. Out of the 103 respondents, 76% of parents measure their child's success by how effectively they can control them. 65% of parents believe that their children would inherit their genes and become better when they instill the right learning. And 87% of parents compare their child to other children. And lastly, 78% of these parents believe that their parenting style influences the creativity of their children. As such, we can empirically conclude that parenting and child's creativity are positively correlated. With utmost sense of respect and humility, we will set the bell vibration for this topic by saying,
Good day, distinguished facilitators, judges, ever-attentive audience, and Daytopians. We are Team Federal University Lokoja, strategically positioned to support the notion bad parenting influences the creative process of a child. I'm Miriam Ibrahim, a 300-level student of economics, and my team members are Modupa Zubar, a 300-level student of economics, Joseph Obadofin, a 400-level student of political science, and Abdusalam Abdurazak, a 200-level student of chemistry. With no doubt, we strongly take a stand that bad parenting influences the creative process of a child. The first question is, who is a child? Legally, a parent is one who bears a child. But what defines a parent? A parent is one that has a level of responsibility, accountability, discipline, and authority to nurture, impact, and help a child grow to become a responsible person in the society. It overrides the necessity of being genetically related to the child. The emphasis of today's debate is bad parenting, and it is worthy of note that the word bad negates the tendency of positive impact. According to environmental concerns, bad parenting is the insufficient support from parents to their children, which can be emotional, psychological, intellectual, physical, or financial. This action could be conscious or unconscious, but the impact on the creative process of a child becomes an unquantifiable filter in the minds of the child.
According to the Oxford Learners Dictionary, creativity is the use of imagination or original ideas to create something new. It's increasingly recognized as the key to success in a rapidly changing world. There is no designated metric to measure creativity, but over time, children tend to exhibit creative characters, such as curiosity, self-confidence, interaction ability, motivation, responsibility, and deriving unprecedented solutions to unique problems which can be constructive or destructive. This is actively impacted by a very number of factors, which could be linked to the types of parenting care they've received. According to Oxford Learners Dictionary, influence is the capacity to have an effect on character, development, or behavior of someone. As such, influence can be positive or negative depending on the correlating factors. And UNESCO defines a child as any individual who is less than 18 years.
In this face-off, our unwavering stand is based on the following points. 1, emotional distress from bad parenting influences creativity. 2, bad parenting values, such as being overly protective and over-pampering, incites destructive creativity. 3, children are bound to reflect their parents because they possess malleable minds. 4, bad parenting affects a child's confidence level, which in turn affects a child's creativity. And lastly, bad parenting alters the child's perception of themselves, and this unconscious programming can control their creative process. Stay tuned as we prove our stand to you. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much, guys. That was strong, that was powerful, and that was on time. That's 4 minutes, 16 seconds, right on time, very strong, very powerful. Good job, guys. So we're just quickly going to go into the other team, which is University of Nigeria, the beta team. Are you guys ready?
Yes, ma, we're ready.
All right, perfect. If you're sharing your screen, but it's a little bit small. You want me to share it from my end, or you want to share it yourself?
No, I'll share it myself, ma.
Do you want to probably turn your phone? Don't zoom it, just probably turn your phone around or something. Put it on light screen. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, it's better. It's better. All right. So just call your team members, be sure they are ready, and then I'll start your time when you're ready.
Okay, ma. All right, we're ready, ma.
Perfect. Your time starts now.
All right. Proverbs chapter 22, verse 6 says, train up a child in the way he should go. Even when he's old, he will not depart from it. This Bible verse about parents and children is crystal clear about parenting advice. It is a true reminder that the way you parent your child now will have a significant impact on how they turn out as individuals in the society. Despite how it may seem, there is probably very little that your parents or whoever raised you imprinted on your personality that has lasted into adulthood. Let that statement wash across your synapses for a moment. It goes against basic sense, doesn't it? It is the kind of assertion that you should avoid making until you have solid supporting data. Even then, many people will find it offensive. My name is Deborah Fiemo, a 200-level student studying accounting at the University of Nigeria and a representative of the University of Nigeria team Beta. I and my teammates are here to give you reasons why bad parenting does not influence the creative process of a child. It is important to define two main terms in this context: bad parenting and creativity. Bad parenting refers to the lack of parental emotional, psychological, intellectual, or physical support for their child. While creativity is the propensity to come up or identify concepts, options, or possibilities that may help resolve issues. The two primary forces influencing human development and creativity, according to the nurture assumption by renowned author Judith Rich Harings, are nature and nurture. Many people wrongly think that the term nurture exclusively applies to how parents raise their children. Although children learn things from their parents, they learn much from their peers. Children's conduct is shaped by the environment they experience with their peer group, which also influences the traits they were born with and molds who they will become as adults. Even at that, I believe parenting has zero influence or impact on the creative process of a child. One of my reasons are, a creative child is a creative child. Creative children can think of new ideas, and creative ideas are those ideas that are new, useful, and different. It all starts with creativity. What is so special about them are the qualities that they possess, which are curiosity, creativity, confidence, thick skin, independent, rebellious streak, flexibility, thoroughness, ambition, naiveness, energy, persistence, and a dreamer. I would like to ask my opponent how they think bad parents have an impact on these qualities when they are in no way visible to humans. So, social psychologist Graham Wallace in 1926 book The Art of Thought, which is largely agreed upon by creatives today. He stated 5 subconscious stages humans follow. He made mention of preparations, incubation, illumination, evaluation, and verification. Preparation is the stage where the human mind wanders and your mind simply takes things from the world around you. The incubation stage is the stage where the subconscious molds your new ideas and new information. And the illumination stage brings this idea to the forefront of the mind. The evaluation stage brings the stage where one critically thinks about this idea, and verification stage, which one acts on the idea. The creative process of a child isn't something that bad parenting can put a block on. It is something that the child can help but perform and act on. A child's creative ability has always served as a place of solace when they have been neglected by their parents, and this has made those children have over the chart of performance in their creative field. I'm in Wayne House, who was neglected and is known as one of the biggest voices in jazz music. Michael Jackson, who was spanked as a child, is currently referred to the king of pop music. Oprah Winfrey, Whitney Houston, Drew Barrymore, and the list goes on and on. My teammate Favor Boyode, we continue from where I stopped.
Thank you, my opposing team member. You asked a question. Is it only, does bad parenting, that we should show you how bad parenting affects creativity of the child? And you also said that, is it only bad parenting that influence?
Sorry. Is that Modupe speaking?
Yes, ma.
All right, sorry, wait a minute. We've not started the face off. Just wait a minute. Are you guys done with your introduction?
Yes, ma.
Oh, all right, perfect. All right, yeah. All right, so thank you very much, Deborah. That was a very strong introduction. Thank you very, very much. So for those taking notes, for the judges that are taking notes, please do take note of, yeah, Modupe was just went into it. Yeah, you can stop sharing your screen now so that we know that we're done with this session. Yeah, stop sharing your screen. Yeah, so for those that are taking notes, please do take notes, and then after the debate, the face-off session, then we'll ask the question. All right, so we're going to go into the face-off session now. I just feel like it's good for us to understand that we're done with the introduction before we go into the face-off. All right, so Modupe, yes, you can start with your points. Thank you.
Thank you, ma. Now, my opposing team member said that children have the ability to make their own personal decision. But I would like to ask you again, that is it possible to have a strong building on top of a weak foundation? Oh no, it is not possible. However, I still leave you to answer that question. Now, my first point is emotional distress from bad parenting influences creativity. Roger Beatty, a psychologist and the author of Creative Brain, once said, as I rephrase, emotion is a more reliable indicator of creativity, and that when a child is in an environment with contrasting emotions, creativity increases. And this is because the brain is forced to make associations that it would never make in a normal circumstance. This idea of the great psychologist provides an empirical evidence of how bad parenting influences creativity. Ladies and gentlemen, bad parenting brings about conflicting emotion, and this emotion affects creativity either positively or negatively. Let me introduce you to Jumoke. Jumoke was a 12-year-old girl who lived a triangle life, that is, from her home to school and then to church. Though this wasn't her wish, rather, it was the way her parents wanted it. Her parents isolated her in order to protect her from socializing with the wrong individuals. As such, little Jumoke did not get to learn and practicalize things among her peers. For instance, we've seen little children doing creative things with cartons, like building houses, using cover of bottles to make imaginary motors, etc. With this, do you think the process of creativity will be hastened considering the situation of Jumoke's isolation? A very big no. Distinguished audience, it is unfortunate that unconscious bad parenting will not hasten the process of creativity. With this, I give room to hear from my opposing team.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Boyode Favor Ejaita from Team UNN Better. So the proposition team has come to give us their best arguments, and their best argument stands on shaky and unsteady studies. Now, they've given us a whole lot of examples. For example, a child that made carton out of something I don't really understand. But then what credible research ties it to the fact that creativity in children is as a result of parenting? Now, they have come to mention all other things such as emotional distress, over pampering, and all of that. Proposition started their argument with the fact that parents, they link parenting. The first, that 75% of parents have tendencies such as comparing their children with others, things like unhealthy competition. This panel does not relate in any way to good parenting. A good parent does not compare his or her child to others. Now we begin by arguing against the best case scenario of the proposition team. Now the proposition team is saying that bad parenting influences the creative process of children in a negative way. Our proposition has not given us a proper framework, a conceptualization of this debate. Now, how does proposition define parenting? Under what scope does proposition define parenting? Does proposition widen parenting to include the extended family or the whole community at large? Talking about an African community where the upbringing of the child is not just for the nuclear family, but the whole of the community. The proposition has not given us this. Instead, what the proposition has done, that proposition has tied the benchmark of parenting to the Nigerian parenting system, which has been looked upon by the United Nations Children Emergency Fund to be a very drastic method of parenting, such as parenting styles filled with violence, child abuse, unnecessary competition, unnecessary comparison, and unhealthy competition. This is their best case scenario, and this is what we're saying. And on our side of the house, that this does not tie well. So when proposition team comes to tell that this is what their base case scenario, but basically saying that if this is what proposition team is saying, that the benchmark of their parenting style is akin to the Nigerian parenting style, filled with violence, child abuse, and all sorts of mannerism and comparison, then proposition has failed in their consideration of this debate. They failed in fulfilling the burden of this debate. Now, we take proposition as their worst case scenario. Now, their worst case scenario is that proposition lays out a world where both parents, or let's say one of the parents, contributes, bring up the child. Now, proposition lays out a world where the parents will not be able to contribute their quota to the society. Now, every society, every developing and economic society has people that contribute their quota to society. Now, proposition lays out a world where parents not be able to do this. They lay out a world where one parent stays at home and the other one goes to work. Usually, this affects women. Now, proposition is laying out a world that will take us backward after decades of fighting against gender roles and gender discrimination and the ability of women to pursue a career. Now, this is what proposition is saying, that while one of the parents goes to work, the other one should stay at home, take care of the child, and to nurture the child. This is what proposition is saying. Proposition is giving us a retrogressive world, and that is why we are standing against it, telling you that the whole benchmark of their argument, saying that bad parenting influence creative process of the child, is all a farce, it's all a wash. Because what proposition is actually looking at is that proposition is trying to paint a very drastic world that would be detrimental to not only society, but to the child and to child's creative process. We would like to hear more from proposition. Thank you.
Thank you very much from the opposition team. And I'm going to answer your question. Your first question was, who is a parent? And I think I answered by saying a parent is one that has a level of responsibility, accountability, discipline, and authority to nurture, impact, and help a child grow to become a responsible in society. I also believe that we were close-minded to include only Nigerian context. I also believe that we weren't close-minded to include only Nigerian context while defining parents, because I believe that Nigerian parents are meeting up to standard of being a good parent as well as parents from other countries. And I would like to tell you that your argument is baseless, with no supporting fact and information, and just referring back to what the opposition team, saying what the opposition team has never said. Now, to my point, I also believe that children are bound to reflect their parents because they possess malleable minds. Nicolas Saunders once said, and I rephrase, if we want our children to move mountains, we first have to let them get out of their chairs. The first 6 years in a child's life are the most critical or crucial for brain development and growth. The child's mind is very receptive, and their malleable mind absorbs any information that it is exposed to. Parents are often the first environment a child is exposed to learn from and socialize with others because it forms a profound foundation for this child's creativity. Now, see where bad parenting comes into play. Bad parenting influences the creative process of this child because at the inception of birth, the child has no mind of its own. Its actions, values are shaped by the examples demonstrated by their parents. Children view their parents as role models, and this puts them at risk because they can't filter what is wrong and what is right. As a child, we didn't get the opportunity to choose our name, our religion, language, upbringing, or environment. We were born into it, nurtured, influenced, and molded. I'd like to ask you, as a child, who influenced you the most? And do you think you've exhibited this value over time? The truth is, you can't override the influence of parents. So how then do you justify that bad parenting doesn't influence the creative process of a child? On this note, I'll give room to my opposing team member to state their stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Modupe, for your solid points. Now I have to retract your words. You mentioned like what was our role model while growing up. My role model while growing up wasn't my parents. And I can put it to you that over 50% of people growing up, their role model wasn't the parents. Now, okay, let's go to your research because that's where the main issue of this work is coming from. You can't run a survey or a research of children and you run the survey of the parents. The parents cannot determine whether the child is creative or not. They can't determine whether they are the ones that influence the child's creativity or not. So the backbone of your research was wrong. The proponent of everything was wrong. Now I'll answer your question. The parent has a lot of impact on the child while growing up. But when a child there's age a child will attain where the creative process or the creative mindset of a child will come from it will be influenced by outsiders, his peers, what is his mentors, what he sees online, what he reacts to, things and sorts of things like that. We can see in the likes of Michael Jackson, who grew up with a very terrible parent, a parent who came out to confirm the fact that he messed up his child. But we can see that Michael Jackson is one of the most influential and the most searched and the most popular person in the world currently. So my opposition team, I would like to ask you, parents that bullied and influenced and were bad parents to their child, and the child finally grows up with an impact on the society, what do you classify that as? And also, in Nigeria, do we rank our parenting as good parenting or bad parenting? Thank you.
Is drifting from what the topic is. As such.
To me personally, due honor to the judges. I want to put it to you that I think less than 10% of the whole is tantamount to insignificant. And the opposing bench was saying that train up a child in the way it should go. And when it grows, it will not depart from it. So who is to train up that child? What is the model that the society is even expecting? That means the model that the society is expecting is even the parental model in the child. When a child does something outside, they will say, oh, they say charity begins at home. And when a child does wrong outside, they blame the family for that particular wrong that child has done. So with this, I would like to state my point that bad parenting values, such as being overly protective and over-pampering, incites destructive creativity. In April this year, there was a nationwide breaking news about Julian, a 10-year-old student of Chrisland School, Lagos. On their arrival from an excursion to the United Arab Emirates, Dubai precisely, a sex tape of Julian was leaked and took over the news. The Post Nigerian newspaper recorded that the school informed the girl's mother earlier, even before the excursion, that the little girl's phone should be seized by her mother after being caught kissing in the class. I think in the opinion of the school, the child's early exposure to phone and social media was a major trigger of some of those habits she portrayed in school. But come to think of it, what's a girl of 10 doing on TikTok and likey? What's her mother doing as the child dances half naked and posts on these platforms? Oh, it is unfortunate that the mother refused the advice given by the school to seize the girl's phone, hence over pampering and over protecting her. Don't get me wrong. I am not of the opinion that satisfying and providing for the needs of our child is bad. I am only saying that this permissive parenting act influenced the girl to become carefree and disruptively creative to upload sensitive videos on social media platforms. I am not authorized anyway to give an acceptable model of parenting in this face-off, but I am certain that the judges, some of whom may be parents, will be quite selfish to think less of this point raised, since they also want the best for their children and understand that their actions and inactions are being observed by their children. On this note, I give room for my opposing team member to talk.
Pardon, I think you guys might be mistaking values and creativity. None of what you've said now has any link to creativity. I don't know if you understand that. Also, I would like to make mention to you, like my opponent's favor has, like my teammate favor has said countless times and countless times again, that Nigerians actually do not meet the benchmark of good parenting. In our society, the children are being neglected, they are being spanked, and all this actually does stress the children mentally. But look at them in their creative, look at them as creative individuals. They're prospering. Let's leave that aside. Let's go to the top in every field. Let's listen to interviews, or let's talk about interviews of the people in every field. Let's talk about Maya Angelou, who was raped while in homes where her mother was in. Let's talk about Oprah Winfrey. Let's talk about Michael Jackson. These individuals literally were in the worst homes you could possibly think of. They were in the worst. In fact, I believe that the bad parenting they received made them who they are. It made them who they are. And I would really like and really appreciate if you maybe pick a stance, because I'm not talking about values here. We're talking about creativity. We're talking about the creative ability of a child. We're not talking about the values. I don't know what concerns sex tape and what we're talking about. So please, let's get our facts straight. Let's get our discussion straight. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much from the opposition team. To answer your question, I believe values are principles or standards of behavior that actually decides or tells us how important or those values that shapes a child's life. In this scenario, a parent is responsible to instill such value in the child. And when a parent starts to teach that child in such a way that it's against the norm, that those values that the child now instills actually influences who and what that child becomes in the society. So if you don't get the context of value in this argument, I believe you could probably check it to understand the context and understand this point of argument. Now to my point. My point now is bad parenting alters the child perception of themselves, and this unconscious programming can control their creative process. What this means is that unconscious actions of our parents influence children the most. Children crave for a sense of belonging, trust, and confidence, and it is the duty of their parents to reassure them. This encouragement and praise positions them well to overcome trials and barriers. It reinstalls positivity. It improves their self-confidence, and they are willing to surpass their parent expectations to receive more compliments. It is said that you acknowledge efforts before condemning failure. This positions them well to favorably compete without being pressured. But bad parenting doesn't allow this procedure. They condemn their children for their wrongdoing with no confidence that they will get better. Children become a shadow of themselves with the thoughts that they can't meet up expectation, and they learn to live with the fact that they are a failure. This influence has destructively trapped such a child out of the world of creativity. It will take a while to adjust and consider the flaws in his or her parents to begin to do great things. But we can't override the fact that this influence has shaped this child, and the tendency of believing that they can become the next president, the world's best doctors, creative artists have washed down their faces. We constantly need reassurance that we can do better. And if parents, as the number one influencer in a child's life, believes we are no good, do you really think it has no influence? I'd like to ask you a question. If a parent condemns a child for being a failure at a school exam, do you think that child will pass or fail? Either way, the child will take that as an initiative to either do better or relent in his or her efforts. How then do you justify the influence? On this note, I give room to my opposing team members. Opposing team, thank you.
Okay, so earlier when I started, I noted the fact that the proposition team has not given us a proper framework and consolidation of this debate. And this is further, we see this further when a proposition are not talking about trying to link values, morality with creativity. Why I do not want to go, why I will not go into the exegesis of values and that morality and that of creativity. Also try to point out to the proposition team that a whole lot of the creatives that we have today are some of the most morally depraved people. And move further into my point. Now, when the proposition team began their presentation, they start by telling us, giving us a research of parenting and what they do, such as things like comparing children and unhealthy competition. And now, proposition team now is coming up. It tells us that bad parenting alters perception. Please, does unhealthy comparing your children with others and unhealthy competition with other children, does not alters the perspective of the children? This is why our initial statement stands that proposition team is using the Nigerian bad parenting style that the UNICEF has condemned as a benchmark in this debate, and this is wrong. Now, onto my further point. Now, we are saying that the creative process is self-isolated. Now, why we recognize the fact that the wider environment has a part to play in the education of the child, we said that the child creative process can't be self-isolated from this. Now, Rhodes, 1961, carefully wrote as a scholar, he carefully analyzed over 50 definitions of creativity, and then he posited 4 P's, or rather 4 factors of creativity, which he notes as person, process, pressure, and product. Now, this view has been widely accepted by scholars. Now, another scholar also noted the fact that creativity, a child's creativity, or rather creativity, can be self-isolated from other factors, but has to deal mainly with the person's subconsciousness. So when proposition team comes to tell us things such as unhealthy competition and all of that as their benchmark for good parenting, they've basically shot themselves on the foot. Now we'll go further into parenting styles. Now, McCarthy et al., Becker et al., and Bell 2020. Now, they define parenting as a process in which parents teach their children, including parent beliefs on how children should be raised as what are the right concepts, disciplines, and behaviors that they expect from the children. Now, as an alternative to the worst case scenario, as posited by the proposition team, we look at the fact that an alternative to the worst case scenario that the proposition team envisions, even though they want to deny that they do not look at this, is that we posit an after school care. Now, scholars such as Naito and Y 2018 posits that school-age children have much higher needs in care than preschool children. So now this is because most employed mothers prefer to continue their work, and those mothers who left their job during pregnancy will also like to join the workforce after the children have begun school. Now, before we go further into these are alternatives, we would like to hear from the opposition team.
I believe my opposing team is completely drifting from what the topic is. The topic states, does bad parenting influences the creativity of a child? Now, I would like to tell my opposing bench that they've just completely shot themselves on their foot, because given the example of Michael Jackson, yes, Michael Jackson is very successful, and then his mother came in public to apologize for what she was meant to do that she didn't do. Fine. I would like to tell you that if you go in depth, go into history, you will see that the success Michael Jackson made is one way or the other influenced by the way his mother has not done what she's able to do, and that was what made him strive. And apart from that, you also said that he also said that most of the creative ones are those that are deprived from home. And I'll tell you again, go and do in-depth research. You will find out that it is because they are deprived from home. The home that they are deprived from is what influenced them to be creative. And as such, I once again state this point, that bad parenting affects a child confidence level, which in turn affects a child creativity. According to Dipti Balwani, every child is a creative genius. If we let them be one, as such, every child is embodied with creativity. However, parenting style influences a child's confidence, which in turn influences the creativity of a child. How? Let's find out. Lady Beth Johnson, the first lady of the United States from 1963 to 1969, once said, encourage and support your kids because every children are apt to live up to what you believe in them. Constanta decodipipio ostiolum, meaning constantly call your child Olodo. That is someone who knows nothing, and see how this child will continue not to know anything. On the other hand, constantly tell that child, you are the smartest on earth. I love you. I believe in you, and I trust what you do. Then see how the potential and the creative ideas in this child will begin to unleash. Ladies and gentlemen, it is unfortunate that bad parenting doesn't support those positive words that will build creativity. Instead, it supports words that make the child feel that he knows nothing, words that buries the child's potential, words that belittle the child, words that make a child give up on their dream, words that make them scared of trying new things, words that put the child in the blindness of creativity. Roger Beatty has proven that negative ideas built in the brain of a child destroys creativity. On this note, I give room for my opposing team member.
The innovation, invention, and development of things in the world, was it influenced by bad parenting? Absolutely not. What does this creativity? What does this creativity? A child thinks, and bad parenting does not stop the thinking. A child grows up to be who he wants to be, and bad parenting does not stop it. A child admires things, bad parenting does not stop the admirations. A child desires things, bad parenting does not stop these desires. Because this child should also be able to make decisions for his or herself. A child envisions things, bad parenting does not stop the invention. A child has ideas, bad parenting does not stop the ideas. Why do you think today a child will go to school to study a course which a parent chose for him and give the certificate back to the parent and go back to school to do what he wants? A child makes friends. Bad parenting does not stop the friendships or choose friendships for his or her child. A child makes relationships. Bad parenting does not stop the relationship. Finally, bad parenting does not stop the child's destiny helpers to reach their destinations. Many children have the creativity to imagine things and do things. Many children have been endowed with the potential to think creatively. What can help in the unleashing of that creativity is the right environment and available resources, and not bad parenting. Bad parenting is always in people's homes, but I tell you, it doesn't have anything to do with the child's creativity, because the creativity potential has already been deposited in them. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, guys. That was a very strong strong face-off. Do we have just quick questions? So these are just based on the debate they just have. Do you have a point that you think wasn't covered, or a comment that you think you want to post to any of the team? Just quickly. Do we have anyone? Okay.
Okay, I have.
Can I say
Yeah.
something? Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, Nora, go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to commend the two teams. It was really, really hard, and I enjoyed it. I have a question for the opposing team. While they were speaking, they made mention of Michael Jackson, and I want to believe that we all know that Michael Jackson died of an overdose of drugs, propofol. And also, Whitney Houston also died of cocaine overdose, which also resulted to, that particular lifestyle also influenced her own child who went into drugs, and that child is also late. So my question now is, can the opposing team convince us that these two are good examples to support their argument? Thank you.
All right. Can you quickly just answer that, please?
Good afternoon. Nora, this discussion is not a discussion about the morality of the creative individuals in our society. Yes, they died. We all know, we all believe, or we all know that most creatives in our society today actually do not have a moral compass. But this is not about whether they died of drug overdose or what they died of. We are talking about the talent, what they had, what they showed us. You feel me? So, yeah, the bad parenting, I don't know, has no results to their creativity. And although it has effects on their morality, on how they behave, or on how they, it has no ties to their creativity. That's it.
Thank you very much. Lukman, you wanted to ask a question.
No, good afternoon, everyone, and it's great listening from both teams. Actually, I wanted to give a comment. In the course of the debate, I realized that some of the rebuttals are, intended, or let me say, portrayed without facts. So I just want to note that anyone can actually come up and say a particular word or say a particular statement, but it's always good to back up your rebuttals with facts to actually indicate that this word is not just coming from you, because anyone can decide to come and say bad parenting is this or bad parenting is that. But when you have a good fact to actually counter the arguments of your opponents, then I feel it makes it more solid. So it's just a general comment based on what I've noticed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lukman. All right, so quickly, we'll just go to the final remarks. So Deborah, do you want to start with the final remarks? I mean,
okay,
that's
for the final remarks.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, if this was an argument of values, I believe my opponents have won it, because to be very honest with you, all the mentioned so far is sex tape from an individual, and literally a lot of things that are actually not even related. I don't even think they went through the topic properly before. I don't think they did their research properly. I also like to go on and mention that, like I've stated over and over again, that in our society today, in Nigeria, most of us, if not all of us, are badly parented. You hear me? And take a look at individuals. Go on LinkedIn, go on platforms. Just look around you. We still flourish creatively. We still. My opponent has this idea that I don't know that all individuals or all children are actually creative. I don't believe all children are creative. I believe some children actually don't have creative abilities. Yeah, and that's all. All
right.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. Team University of Lokoja, can you quickly go through your final remarks, please?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much to the opposing team. Though I'd like to make a clarification that this debate is about bad parenting influence the creative process of a child. Emphasis on influence. We are asking you if bad parenting actually influences the creative process of a child. And when we're talking about values and morality, I believe these are things we look out for when we consider the context of bad parenting. To our conclusion, dear distinguished audience, the beauty of creativity is failure, because it constantly pushes us to practice till we become better and even more creative. Contrary to the conventional thinking, we believe that creativity is not limited to the right hemisphere of the brain. According to psychologist Scout Barry Kaufman, the entire creative process from preparation to incubation to illumination to verification consists of many interacting cognitive processes, both conscious and unconscious. But it is the duty of parents to help nurture encourage, and devote time and energy to help children with their creative development. Bad parenting negates the possibility of these positives I've highlighted. It comes with shaming, less attention, under-involvement in child's life, bad habits, emotional abuse, exhibiting physical abuse, lack of encouragement, comparison, and being authoritative. With all this, we might likely nurture a robot rather than a human susceptible to change. Also, distinguished audience, it is good for a child to be independent in thinking and creativity, just like my opposing team members are doing. But honestly, it is only one who is using a rose-colored glasses that will tell us that bad parenting does not influence a child's creativity. Because that way, the way a child is treated, their mind, emotion, psychology, all sums up to who a child becomes as well as their creativity.
And we in this face-off, we have been able to conclude that emotional distress from bad parenting influences creativity. Emotional distress scenarios like intimidation, comparison, neglect can hamper the emotional development, which is a crucial component of creativity. We have been able to also conclude that bad parenting values such as being overly protective and over-pampering incites destructive creativity. We have been able to make it clear that children are bound to reflect their parents because they possess malleable minds. We have been able to conclude that bad parenting affects a child's confidence level, which in turn affects a child's creativity. And lastly, we have been able to conclude that bad parenting alters a child's perception of themselves, and this unconscious programming can control their creative process. Thank you.
Yeah, and lastly, ladies and gentlemen, it is good for a child to be independent in thinking and creative, just like my opposing team's member are doing. But honestly, it is only one who doesn't want to hear the truth that will tell us that bad parenting does not influence a child's creativity, because the way a child is treated, their mind, emotion, psychology, all sum up to who child becomes, as well as their creativity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you so much. That was a wonderful presentation. To be honest, if the topics that we gave out are topics that have gotten, you can't really say this is the right way to do it or this is the wrong way. There are topics that have got both sides of a good defense. I'm not going to make any comments now, and that's just because you get your feedbacks later. I don't want to make any comments now. Everybody on the team, both side of the table, has done well. Yeah, so we'll quickly, because we're running out of time. We're 9 minutes behind schedule already. So Mr. Daytopia just told me now that, please, guys, during the face-off session, try as much as possible to make your comments short, because during the face-off for this one, we've got very long discussions and long comments from each team. And that's one of the reasons why we're behind time. I just didn't want to cut in or interrupt you guys or interrupt the flow regularly. That's why I didn't say anything. But please, guys, let's try from now on to make it really, really short. If that's all right. So I'm just quickly going to... Thank you very much, guys. Thank you so much. Strong presentation. I'm just going to go into the next team. All right, so we've got team, ABU and UI Alpha. Do we have both teams in the house, please?
Yes, UI Alpha is here.
Good afternoon. Yes, Martin, maybe you did.
Perfect. So I think that the first set of team, University of Lokoja and Unsuka Beta, have given you guys a good intro into how the whole thing is going to run. So I'm not going to talk too much. Like I said, you have 5 minutes of your presentation. Are you sharing your slides, please? Or you want me to do that for you?
Yeah.
All right, you're sharing your slides.
You could display it for us.
All right, so UI wants me to display their slides for you.
No.
UI.
Oh, okay, UI wants to display theirs themselves. All right, that's all right. All right, and then ABU wants me to display their slides. Okay, that's perfect. We're going to start with Team UI. We'll start with their introduction. Like I said, it's 5 minutes introduction. You need to be on time. Once your slides is up, I will start your timing. You can put your slides up now.
Okay.
Please, like I said, make your face-off comments very short. Just very short comments so that we don't take too much of people's time.
So, okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want us to be pragmatic.
1 minute, please. 1 minute, please. Before you start, I just want the slides to be up the right way. Okay. Are you guys ready now?
Yes, we are.
All right. Yeah, your time starts now.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want us to be pragmatic with our approach to today's debate. The topic before us is which is more beneficial, face-to-face or online learning. In order to give a depth analysis of this topic, we are going to use Nigeria as a case study. My name is Olabisi Owadayo, and I am from the first and best university, the University of Ibadan. And me and my teammates, the Alpha team, have come here to build a strong construction which shows that face-to-face, in other words, physical learning, is better than virtual learning in Nigeria. To achieve this, I will lay the foundation while my teammates Oyeni Israel, Ogunkeye Precious, and Christopher Oluwatobi will build the layers and cover it up consecutively. Shall we begin? Face-to-face learning is one in which students, instructors, and facilitators meet together in the same place and at the same time to teach and learn. While virtual learning refers to an environment where students study a digital-based curriculum taught by instructors that lecture online via video or audio. Judges, I want you to understand that my opponents might argue that virtual learning is going to pave the way to a dispensation that is built on technology in the education sector. As lovely and amazing as that sounds, we must consider the availability and accessibility of these technological gadgets in Nigeria. A good percentage of the technologies deployed in the country are imported. Thus, access to technology for online learning can be quite expensive. Ladies and gentlemen, indeed, technology is the future. However, Nigeria is not ready for this future. So what my opponents are advocating for is a form of education for the rich alone, thereby leaving the middleman and poor man uneducated, and that is an infringement on their rights to education. So judges, understand that my opponents are advocating for partiality in education, a form of learning that leaves the 89 million people in Nigeria who live below poverty line uneducated, thereby adding to the 20 million Nigerians that are currently out of school. This is outrageous. Moving on, I'm going to point out a fault in my opponent's side of the debate, using Nigeria as a case study once again. According to the Internet Poverty Index by the World Data Lab, Nigeria has the highest number of internet poor people in the world. 47.39% of Nigeria's population suffer from internet poverty, as reported in April 2020. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't matter what finger-snapping, jaw-dropping points my opponents have brought to today's debate. As far as Nigeria's current state is concerned, virtual learning is doomed to be ineffective and eventually fail. I believe I have laid a solid foundation for today's debate, and my teammates will be here shortly to build on it. Thank you.
All right, is that the end to your introduction?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. I'm just going to try to put up the screen, my screen. So for those that presented at first, if you want, you can stay to the end, but we'll be giving general feedbacks at the end of the whole thing, or you can come back towards the end. You know the timing already, so you can come back towards the end, or you can stay and watch other people present as well. But please try to make sure you come back, because we'll be giving general feedbacks, and it will be good for you to, get to know those feedbacks to help you as well going forward. Just give me 1 minute while I. Sorry, maybe you're right.
Sorry, ma'am, are you looking for a slide?
Yes, did you send me your slide?
No, not really.
Oh, all right. So you can share it from your hand then.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am. So, few seconds, please.
That's all right. So the other team, you had your time was right. It was 3 minutes and 20 seconds, which was right on time. But that means that you still had enough time to actually build more on your introduction as well. All right, when you're ready, your time starts.
All right. The chairman, judges, moderator, mentors and mentees of Daytopia, debaters, listening audience, ladies and gentlemen, indeed, the crucial role played by technology in our world today cannot be undermined. It's an evolution that has left no stone unturned. Health, finance, communication, education, to mention but a few, are all witnesses to this everlasting development. We are Team ABU and Antijani Lawal. With me here are Ismail Aliu, Antonia Andrew, and Emmanuel Edachi. Together, we are here to oppose the motion which states face-to-face learning is more beneficial than online. But before then, kindly permit us to turn off our videos, please. Ma, are you permitted to turn off our videos, please?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma. All right, ma. First, let me start by asking, Dr. Adejumoke, please, have you taken courses online before?
Yes, I have.
All right, thank you very much. You may mute yourself now. Well, face-to-face learning, according to Headspace, is a type of learning where the teacher and students meet in a set place for a set time for either one-on-one learning or most commonly in-group class lessons, similar to what happens in school. Online learning, on the other hand, also called e-learning, is one that takes place over the internet through specialized edtech platforms like Udemy, EDX, CFI, and so on. In essence, face-to-face learning is physical, while online learning is virtual. However, with the advent of technology and some other factors that shall be briefly pointed and explained, it will be fine to say face-to-face learning is not as beneficial as online. Got my first point? Well, it's ASU strike if you could guess right. It's over 7 months now, and public universities across the country are still on strike with no hope of it being called off soon. I know my opponents may want to remind me of private universities being in session, but kindly know this. According to Statista, there are 170 universities in Nigeria as of 2021. 79 are private, while federal and state governments account for the remaining 91. That means a large chunk of Nigerians can mostly afford public universities due to the low cost. However, the fate of these students have been left hanging. You know what? These students are left with no choice than go online. Even Israel is a graduate of one online course or the other. 2, insecurity. Who remembers the dastard incident that occurred on the 14th of April 2014 at Government Girls Secondary School, Chibok, Borno State? Let me take your mind back again. Do you know that on the 19th of February 2018, a group of girls from Government Science and Technical College, Damchi, Yobe State, were reportedly abducted by a group of ungodly terrorists? Okay, away from Nigeria, are you aware that on the 24th of May this year, Texas Tribune reported that 19 children and 2 adults were killed in a shooting at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde County? If I may ask, do you know of anyone killed or abducted for studying online? Imagine, we are not even safe to study comfortably face-to-face anymore due to fear of being kidnapped or stray bullets coming around. How then is it beneficial? 3, environmental degradation. According to Omen, in terms of emission, on average, carbon dioxide emissions total 27 to 29 kg per ton during paper production. According to World Wildlife, the pulp and paper industry uses between 33 to 40% of all industrial wood traded globally. in an era where tree planting is being promoted by government and sundry for a better environment, it's quite saddening that trees are still being cut without replacement for some set of people to learn in one face-to-face setting. I believe Israel and his team know the harm involved in this. 4, dilapidated classrooms coupled with poor learning environment. Well, this has always been a problem since time immemorial as far as learning is concerned. How will assimilation take place in an environment as shown? Well, my opponent might want to cite insufficient power supply, poor internet coverage, and a host of other problems of online learning. But let me tell you, according to Nigerian Communication Commission, as of June 2022, Nigeria is broadband penetration of 43.30 with over 84 million internet subscriptions. That number includes me, my team, Daytopians, my opponents, and all those who defend face-to-face learning to be beneficial, but still end up going online for more after leaving that boring classroom. So tell me, what exactly are you looking for online again? 5, before I leave, I would like to project a survey carried out by my team and I on your screen. Few seconds, please. Thank you. Students were randomly asked their experience studying online and face-to-face. 32 persons responded as shown, and here's what they have to say. Approximately 91% took online courses before, while 91% roughly found the experience remarkable. And finally, nearly 72% preferred online learning to face-to-face. Well, numbers don't lie, as you can all see. I shall stop here for now to hear what my opponents have to say. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, guys. You are right on time, 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Well use of time. Thank you so much. All right, so we're going to quickly go into the face-off session. Like I said, make your statement short so that we can finish as fast as possible. You can stop sharing. All right, so I'm going to call on UI Alpha to start the face-off session.
Good afternoon once again. Like my opponent has rightly said, that we face insecurity in Nigeria and has spent putting the students, Nigerian students at risk. I also like to ask my opponent if we should stop going to school because of insecurity. Should we also stop going to church, markets, offices, and also our playgrounds just because of insecurity? Security has always been an issue and a very solid ground, and not even a solid point to stop physical learning. Now, my point, first of all, face-to-face learning, that's physical learning, is the only form of learning fit for students with disabilities. A person with disability, as defined by the American Disability Act, is a person who has a physical or mental impairment that substantially limits one of their major activities. Section 3, Article 24 of the United Nations Right of Persons with Disabilities states that the education of persons with disabilities must be delivered in the most appropriate mode and means of communication for the individual. To this end, member states must take the appropriate measures, such as provision of braille and alternative script for students that are visually impaired, and the use of sign language, linguistic identity, and visual aids are provided so that these students can adequately be educated. Now, this form of learning can only be provided or delivered through face-to-face methods, and that's why the American Individual Disability Education Act also states that physical education is a required service for children and youth with disability. Imagine the likes of Koba Mazuko, a popular music producer and one of Nigeria's best. Also the likes of Yinka Ifele and Tony Tequila, who are disabled, but also successful even in their disability. I'm sure if they are taking their courses virtually, they won't be where they are today. So those ladies and gentlemen, I also like to say that virtual learning does not make provision for teachings and learning of over 90 million people in Nigeria living with disabilities. So my opponents have to say yes, does not count today. Thank you very much.
Okay, all right, thank you very much, Israel, for that. Well, you need to understand that when you talk of virtual learning actually existed in different ways. For those who are visually impaired, though we are not there yet, and you would agree with me that at a point we were not where we are presently, and presently we are here. So you should understand that this is technology, and technology is evolving. We are just in we are in the future, and we are still heading to the future. So if you feel those who are living with disability, you mentioned the likes of Yinka Ifele. Yinka Ifele that we all know is someone who's if I would use the word cripple, I'm very sorry to that, who is a cripple. Yinka Ifele is not visually impaired. So do you want to tell me Yinka Ifele who is not visually impaired and has his 3 years working cannot just sit at the comfort of his home and take a course online? Okay, seems like Israel is right.
Okay, let me help you understand that point before we continue this debate. Okay, you said technology, we've not gotten to that stage in technology right now, but the debate is not the future of technology, however, the current state of technology. If currently we do not have a form of technology to teach people that are physically and mentally disabled, then technology, then the assurance that technology will provide this in the future is not a point. As long as technology cannot provide it right now, then virtual learning should not be entertained.
So you just said because technology cannot provide it right now, then virtual learning shouldn't be entertained. I'm very sorry if I should ask this. In the 70s BC, do you have a mobile? Can you tell me if the people who existed then had a mobile phone? Or do they have technology?
In the 70s, 50s that you just mentioned, people were attending physical class, and it was very effective for them.
Okay, so
they made use of the equipment. Please, I'm still speaking, sorry. They made use of the equipment they had at that moment, such as trees for writing to learn. And it was quite effective for them at that moment. And it's the same right now in the 21st century. If technology cannot provide the education of disabled students, then it should not be entertained right now.
All right.
Like I said in the introduction, indeed, technology is the future, but right now, Nigeria is not ready for it.
You're a student of University of Ibadan. Why are you not in school?
I didn't get what you said.
I said you're a student of University of Ibadan, right? Why are you not in school?
I'm not in school due to ASU strike, and ASU strike is a business between ASU and the federal government. It has nothing to do with the form of learning we are operating. Okay, even if we are operating virtual learning, to give you an instance, when I resumed school this year, I resumed with virtual learning, which was ineffective. But when the strike started, we stopped learning, despite the fact that we resumed with virtual learning, because all forms of learning stopped, whether virtual or physical, because the government has refused to pay ASU. So the form of the example you gave on ASU strike does not count in today's debate, because ASU strike is a matter of money between ASU and the federal government. Understand your facts.
Let me back you up. Comfort is a pleasant feeling of being relaxed. In modern day schools provide a conducive environment that brings about comfort required for students to learn. Myself, as an example, during the virtual class that was proposed by my school, University of Ibadan, during COVID-19 pandemic break, I was long asleep on my bed while my phone was still showing that I was online to my lecturer. If that's what my opponents refer to as comfort, I think you should let us know the dictionary you are using.
Okay, in response to the first question.
And to buttress that, my teammates mentioned a point on comfort. And this is a fact that we must even elaborate, because virtual learning creates a platform for learning in comfort. And let us differentiate between learning in comfort and learning in a conducive environment. A library is a conducive environment. It is an environment that is conducive for learning because there is silence all over and there is chair for students to concentrate on their own. But learning in comfort makes students unproductive. What do I mean? Most motivational speakers always say that in order for you to be successful in life, you have to leave your comfort zone. There is a reason for this, because when you are in your comfort zone, you are so relaxed, and as a result of this, you are unable to be as productive as you would be if you're in a place that is conducive for you to work. So learning in comfort is not an option, because due to this, many students and many people have not been able to be as productive as they are supposed to be.
Thank you. Okay.
Excuse me.
Are you done? Hello. In response to the first question about insecurity, we have to, the first opponent made mention of insecurity did not stop us from going to mosques and churches. You have to understand that this is a conventional area whereby we are required to stay there for less than 1 hour. While in school is a learning environment that requires you to spend more than half and quarter of your time of a day. And the road, let's say using our own Nigerian society, for instance, for you to reach your school, there's high chances of you being kidnapped, insecurity, robbery, and armed banditry of so much. And issue of people with disability. If we are using our Nigerian society, for instance, in a society whereby we have dilapidated environment to reach, who do you think provide high technical machines that we are required to teach these people with people with disability? In environment where there's development, definitely there's required for some machines, for some tools to use. You made mention of the so past days whereby they use trees and sheets for them to teach. While in the society that we live here, even people that are normal did not get the all accessible materials they need to read and learn. What are you speaking of the people with physical disability? This is Nigeria that we are talking about. Thank you.
Okay, so my opponent made mention of how learning can be done quietly in a face-to-face classroom. So tell me, can you possibly mute every single student in a classroom? You cannot. In a face-to-face classroom, you find one student distracting the whole classes. And when that is done, even the teacher is distracted. So tell me, but in an online classroom, you can, like it's happening now, you can mute everybody until one person is done speaking. Then you see, it's more organized than classroom learning. So what do you have to say about that? You cannot possibly mute everybody in the classroom. Thank you.
Okay, understand this very well, my opponent. I mentioned that a library is conducive for learning because of the silence that is always in a library. That is a general rule in a library. You must always be silent. And you also mentioned, and that is why it is conducive for learning. That was the point I made before, not the one of the classroom. But now that you've mentioned a classroom being silent, understand this. In a traditional class, that means in a physical class, when a teacher comes in, students generally have respect for the teacher. And the teacher, after being trained in a college of education or in a university, must have mastered the skill of handling students. I'm very sure you attended traditional school in your secondary school. That means a physical class in your secondary school and in your primary school and even in your university. You know how your teacher was able to silence you when the class was getting noisy. So this is not a point at all. Before you come in, my teammate has something to say.
Well, Olabisi, sorry, let me come in afterwards. You said the class is silent or stuff like that. Well, I'm not disputing that. But thank God you are also a student, and virtually everyone is a student. We live in most of us attend public universities, and our universities have these facilities that has a capacity of over 500 or some less. Now, are you telling me a lecturer coming in and you guys automatically just go silent, or you are just talking based on assumption? I need to understand that, please.
Okay, let me speak from experience to make you understand. I am a student of University of Ibadan studying law. When a lecturer comes in, we know what we are in the class to do, and that is to learn. And we respect our lecturers to the extent that we know we respect our lecturers, and at the same time, we fear them because we know that when the class is getting noisy and they cannot take it anymore, they will send those making noise out of class. And this is how it has been. This is how it was also in secondary school. So we students respect our lecturers enough to keep quiet whenever they step in because we know we are there to learn.
So have
and
you
before you come in, my teammate, before you come in, my teammate has something to say.
Okay, all right, guys. So I'm going to stop you guys, and that's because you guys have actually flaunted all the rules of this face-off since you guys started. Number one, you're raising your voice at each other. You're not allowing yourself to complete your statements. So I'm going to stop you guys. What's it called? So I'm going to go into the conclusion part. So give your final conclusion. I mean the final conclusion, the final remarks for the whole debate, please. Thank you. You can start.
Okay, please give me a few minutes, please.
That's all right.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, judges, to conclude this debate, let me explain a few points. One, we mentioned earlier that face-to-face learning is the only form of learning fit for students with disabilities. Two, school is a primary agent of socialization where students learn the traditions, cultures, values, and norms of the society. What do I mean? Apart from going to school to learn the curriculum and learn the syllabus, students also go to school because they are taught the traditions, culture, value, and norms of the society. School is not just a ground for learning subjects, but also a ground for learning morals in Nigeria. And that is why school is categorized as an agent of socialization. And this is a means in which our traditions and cultures have been able to pass down, have been able to be passed to younger generations. 3, physical learning creates a platform for extracurriculars and vocational trainings. Extracurriculars and vocational trainings are very important. Sorry, please give me a minute. A platform for extracurricular and vocational trainings. Alongside learning subjects and courses, physical schools provide platform for the acquisition of hard and soft skills and trades that cannot be taught in a virtual setting. Ladies and gentlemen, even my opponents know that the only reason they are here today is because they've learned and practiced the art of public speaking and debating either from a secondary school or currently in the university. Let me help you understand. Skill acquisition plays an important role in building independent and productive citizens. And that is why the government and NGOs organize skill acquisition programs perpetually. Even the Minister of Education, Adamu, acknowledged that the implementation of skill acquisition projects will grow Nigeria's economy. Physical learning offers this opportunity to students on a platter of gold, and that inarguably ranks physical learning above virtual learning.
Physical learning is the only form of learning that can teach practical courses effectively. To back what my opponent said, to explain this, I'll present 2 models as the conclusion. The first one is teaching kindergarten students how to read, write, and pronounce words. These students are at their formative stage in life. Therefore, they require a strong foundation that only physical learning can provide. This is because they require close attention and monitoring by their tutors in order to guarantee cognitive, physical, social, and emotional proficiency as they grow. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, these kids are introduced to a number of physical as well as mental activities which can be provided in classroom. The second one is students learning practical courses in tertiary institutions. Courses like engineering, medicine, architecture, among others, cannot be taught through the screen alone because this is a high demand for practical. This is because they are in high demand for practical in order to master them effectively.
Okay, that's it for you.
Moving on. Sorry, is our time up because we're not done?
No, that's all right. You still have time.
Okay, moving on. Face-to-face learning increases students' level of physical activities. This is because students are usually engaged in physical activities which are just as important as cognitive activities. The Center for Disease Control stated that all students, regardless of their ability, should get 60 minutes of recommended physical activities. When students engage in physical activities such as sports, they improve their brain health, strengthen their bones and muscles, amongst other things. On the contrary, virtual learning confines students to a sitting position for hours and forces them to stare at their electronics for long hours. Judges, ladies and gentlemen, not only are my opponents proposing a method of learning that cannot effectively work in Nigeria due to high rates of electronics, lack of technological know-how amongst the masses, and bad network service, to mention a few obvious factors. They also propose a method of learning that poses threats to the physical and mental health of students. In conclusion, sorry, please give me 1 more minute. Sorry. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, we've been able to show that physical learning in all ways is better than virtual learning with these 5 points that we've made. Therefore, I will leave you with the famous words of Benjamin Franklin. Tell me and I forget. Teach me and I remember. Involve me and I learn. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team UI Alpha. Just right on time, 5 minutes in on the dot. All right, I'm going to call on ABU to give their final remarks.
All right.
Okay,
Thank you very much. Yeah, go on, Ismail.
thank you for that. The online learning is certainly the most effective option for students, but also better for the environment. The Open University in Britain have found that online has energy and per student than traditional way of learning. This certainly make online learning and multimedia content a more effective method of education overall, promoting and engaging both individual and corporations to do their bits for the environment and stick to their own personal environmental goals. Finally, online learning to a great extent is more beneficial and of a great importance as compared to classroom learning daily. The globe is evolving. There are everyday technological changes in the society, and as such, digital pace is fully maximized. Cannot be overemphasized as the need to wholly embrace it. It is constantly posing itself. For consideration, the outbreak of the pandemic at 2019-2020, which has shown to stay, and the best way welcoming and maximizing online learning than the traditional way of learning, which posts 3 do in traditional courses. IBM have found that participants learn 5 times more materials in online learning courses using courses because online courses give students full control over their own learning. Students are able to work with their own speed. Generally, students work fast and take more information. They are able to move faster through areas of lower through those that they need a little more time to compile and consume everything. 2, retention rates are higher with online learning. Many offline courses struggle to retain students through the length of the courses. The Research Institute of America have found that this is not the case with e-learning. Rather, online courses have increased student retention rates from anything from 25% to 60%. It is best suggested that more engagement, multimedia content, more control over how they can take the material and less likelihood of classes clashing with other commitments, all contributed to these rises. Online learning requires a lot of time investment. Many students are pulled off enrolling in face-to-face courses due to the time investment it will require. Generally involves the time to get back and forth to classes, plus the time spent waiting for tutor and other students. A Brandon Hall report on e-learning within cooperation found that this learning typically requires 40 to 60% less employee time than learning in the traditional classes. It is also key to note that at the end, e-learning option generally allows students to split the time they have investing in the courses in whichever way works for them. They don't need to be able to dedicate chunk of their time to courses. It will work just as well as if they can set aside half an hour from their lunch break each day. More frequent assessment again, it reduces distraction. One of the great things about online courses is that assessment can become more of an ongoing process. This is good news for students, and interpersonal multimedia content and learning material with regular short tests can improve student engagement. In fact, research from Harvard showed that using the short regular tests and half student distraction, people not taking, and students' overall retention of the content improvement. To this, I will leave my colleague Antonia to cover it up. Thank you.
Yeah, Antonia, sorry, before you come in, let me also buttress few of what Ismail have said. According to Montgomery College, they said online courses are convenient. Online courses offer flexibility. That means you can actually work and study at the same time, unlike as it is in conventional face-to-face learning, whereby failure to appear in a class at a particular time, then you might be forced to pay a penalty. You can see, many of us do in primary school, if you come late to school, you might be punished. And even in our conventional universities as well too, if your name is missing on the attendance sheet, then you definitely have a brutal price to pay for that. Aside that as well too, online courses bring education directly to your home, which means you don't have to pay transport fare for you to go to any school. Online courses offer more individual attention. You listen one-on-one, you get a one-on-one attention directly with your tutor. Also, in the course of the face-off, my opponent mentioned trees and slates being used for learning in those days, but she failed to understand that we are no longer in the old days. We are now in a technological era, and things are being done in a different way. And technology is meant to bring improvement in the lives of people. So I wonder why she's still here on Zoom instead of her going back to those days and for her to learn with slate and wood or whatever she claims. Also, she mentioned issues relating to physical library, but she failed to disclose to everyone here that physical libraries, have a limited capacity, but online is not like that. Can accommodate as much as people as possible. Also, on disability, according to elearningindustry.com, it's easier for visually impaired students to access their computer to attend lecture rather than traveling to the campus. The adaptive technology like Braille keyboard or voice-to-text software and audio recordings are provided to aid their learning. So on this note, I would like to call on Antonia to give the final sign-off. Thank you very much.
All right, so your time is up already. Thank you very much, guys. So it's 5 minutes exactly, and I don't want you to get unnecessarily penalized for that as well. Thank you very much, Tijani. Thank you very much for the guys. So the judges are unhappy, and I'm just going to call Mr. Daytopia to give comments with regards to your presentation. Hello, are you there, Mr.? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you very much. Well, I was looking forward to this, and I understand that you can get into the emotional side of things. I see that you guys were really getting heated up and emotional about it, and then there are rules to the debate, which unfortunately, we're not adhered to. You were raising your voices at each other. I was hearing things like, please, can you just let me finish? It's supposed to be a friendly debate, just like the first round that we had. But we didn't see that this time around. And, this is not something we want to continue to happen, because obviously it was heading towards a place that we wouldn't like. So for that, we are not going to judge this round. We are just going to call it a draw, because you were not able to adhere to the strict rules and regulations that we've set for the debate. So the only punishment is that none of the teams would have the opportunity to get the 3 points. Instead, just a point each will be shared amongst two of them. So, but the teams that are I'm going to provide because I've been taking notes as well. So I'm going to provide a more detailed review overall at the end of this phase. So I'll keep the rest for that time. But the next universities should just note, and there are ways that you can go about it. So if it's your opposition that is raising their voice, you can. It's just like playing football, right? You can let your opposition get the red card, and that will favor you. So if they are raising their voice, doesn't mean you have to respond in a manner that would implicate your team as well. So you don't have to, even if they are interrupting, you don't have to say, excuse me, you don't have to respond like that. You can let them interrupt you, let them break the rules, and then call the attention of Dr. Adejumoke, who is the host, and then the judges are seeing it as well. You have kept your own side of things. You have ensured that you adhered to all the rules, but your opposition didn't. In that way, only your opposition would have been penalized. So it's something you should just note. The fact that your opposition is going in a way doesn't mean you should follow them in that way. Keep the respect, keep to the rules. And just like we saw in the first one, you can get emotional, but you still have to keep to the rules and make sure that you don't get way too excited about it. But well done so far, guys. All right, I'm not going to spend too much time. Dr. Ajobuke, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This would have been a very good presentation. It's just that you guys allowed, and at the time, Tijani was actually attacking the presenter and not the topic in itself. I think it was Tijani. I can't remember who. I think it was Tijani, whereby they said she should have come with her slate. And no, you don't attack the person presenting. You attack the presentation, not the person presenting. Like we said, these are rules so that we can respect each other and move forward. Also, you will be getting further penalized. You'll be penalized further. I would let you know what other penalties would be. Like the next 2 presentations, you guys are going to be starting first on the next 2 presentations. So keep an eye for that as well. So please, you need to follow the rules strictly. Follow the rules strictly. Some of the team members were very cool during their presentation, but yeah, the most part of it, you guys were shouting at each other. And my sincere apologies to the judges as well. I apologize. All right, so we're going to quickly go into the next presentation, the next team to present. You guys ready? Are you guys here?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we are.
Right.
We are here, ma'am.
Yes, we are. Right. Thank you very much. And that's Team Futa versus Unsuka Alpha. Okay, I hope you guys have learned from the 2 rounds that we've had.
Yes,
okay,
we
so
have.
Are you guys sharing your screen, please? Are you guys sharing your screen?
Can I say something?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, we are Team Alpha. That is the soccer Alpha.
Yeah.
But due to unforeseen circumstances, we are not able to get our slide. We don't have our slide ready. And also, 2 of our team members won't be able to present. I don't know if only 2 of us remaining can be allowed to present, even without the slide.
All right. Yeah, yes, you can present the slides itself needs to be marked. The slides itself needs a couple of marks, but that's all right.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
All right, so let's have Team Futa start this presentation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are the team representing the Federal University of Technology, FUTA, Technology of Self-Reliance. And I would like to introduce you to the team. I am Ada.
Sorry, excuse me. Do you have a slide, or you don't have a slide as well?
Yes, ma'am, we have a slide.
Right.
My team member would be presenting
you want me
the
to
slide.
Share? Okay, all right, perfect.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, just let him put the slides up before you start.
Okay, ma'am.
If you can turn your phone to or maximize the screen.
Miriam, are you ready?
Or do you want me to share it from my hand?
Okay, I'm sharing currently, but I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah,
can you please share from your end?
Yeah,
so it's better that way.
Yeah. Okay, 1 minute.
Thank you.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it your presentation that is showing or something else?
It is our presentation.
All right, perfect. Perfect. I'm just going to put it into large screen now. All right. Yes, you can start now.
Okay. Can I go on?
Yes, you can start now.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are the team representing the Federal University of Technology, FUTA, Technology of Self-Reliance. And I would like to introduce you to the team. I am Adali Fulike, the one who will be setting the foundation for my team member to come to build on. And I would like you to meet Oyeni Ishim, the team lead, Oye Greatness, and Amzat Miriam. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like for you to pay maximum attention to our side of the motion, employed or self-employed, of which will be supporting the later, self-employed. I understand a lot of you, including my opponent from UNN, will have different views and reasons why you might support either of the topics. So before I proceed, I would like to share something that D.L. Moody, an American evangelist, said. The quote is something I have always reflected upon, and he said, and I quote, "The best way to show that a stick is crooked is not to argue about, to spend time denouncing it, but to lay a straight stick alongside it." So we are not here to argue or denounce why being employed is not a better option. We are rather here armed with convincing facts on why being self-employed is the icing on the cake. If you are ready, ladies and gentlemen, but before we get to the main gist, I would like us to meet this young man, who you can see on the screen. Meet a fine young man, James, who is just like every one of us. He wanted to have a good paying employment immediately after graduation. Well, that was his thought back then in 200 or 300 level. But reality has hit him and he has come to have a change of heart. You'll be discovering why James changed his mind as we proceed. We'll further understand why I said James is just like every one of us. So let's have a background story of who James is. He is an undergraduate in economics at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. He's a fashion designer. He's a first-class student, which he does not even care about like being anymore. He can't wait to have the freedom of being a graduate. He could also care less about CV writing or whatever Ogbeni Tipo on Twitter says about CV. He has role models, but they are all business tycoons, not even an economist in sight. Everyone looks at James like he's going to waste his life. That would have been his exact thought back then in 300 level. But now, James has seen that being self-employed is much better. If you'd like to see what James is, you might want to sit back and fasten your seatbelt. So let me introduce you to the topic. Who is a self-employed person? According to the International Labour Organization, ILO, a self-employed person is one who works on his account. Sometimes it could be with one or few partners where the earning is directly dependent upon the profit derived from the goods and services produced. Also, a self-employed person is someone who generates income based on the skills they have to offer as such. So we can thereby say that income is equals to skill level. And I would like to share example of some self-employed people you might know, even just at just the corner of your street. We have fashion designers, we have the carpenters, the craftsmen, we have shoemakers, and we have freelancer. You might wonder why freelancer is falling into the category of self-employed, but just sit back. My teammates are further going to discuss the topic and open your eyes to the reality of things. Are you ready? I'd like for you to drop a reaction in the comment section. I hand the mic over to my teammates, comrades. Greatness, please open their eyes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Like my teammates have said earlier, one of the benefits of being self-employed is job creation. As a self-employed person, one creates jobs for oneself and for others, which in turn reduces the unemployment
Greatness, I can't hear you well.
and further brings about. Can you hear me, ma?
Yes, it's better now.
Okay, that's lovely. So I said, like my teammate has said earlier, I'll be telling you of one of the benefits of being self-employed, which is job creation. As a self-employed person, one creates jobs for oneself and for others, which in turn reduces the unemployment and poverty rate of a country and further brings about rapid development, good standard of living, and even reduced crime rates in the society. The founders of the big companies like Amazon, Facebook, Microsoft, and Google were formed as partnerships, which is also a form of being self-employed. Through their innovation and creativity, they have created employment for millions of people. In a survey released by Statista, Amazon now employs over 1.5 million people globally. That is 1.5 million people less unemployed. The survey further went on to show that out of every 153 people in the US, at least one works in Amazon. The rate of unemployment, hence, would have absolutely been horrendous if not for those individuals who chose to be self-employed. With this, I'll be passing the mic over to my opponent to state their case. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're right on time. Thank you very much. All right, can we have the other team give their introductions, please? Just going to stop sharing my screen.
Good day, everyone. I'll be laying the foundation for UMN, and I'd like to turn off my video now so I can clearly communicate my point. According to Henry David, what exercise is to the body, employment is to the mind and morals. Hello, judges, and good day, everyone. I'm Eze Naomi Onyinyechi, and with me is Eze Chukwurita. Together, we are the UNN Alpha. Today, we are debating and standing for the fact that employment is better than self-employment. What exactly is employment? And because of my research, I've found the answer to this question. Employment actually originates from a Greek word, ergasia, meaning job, labor, work, business, or operation. An activity that occupies one's time can be termed employment, whether it's a product, a service, or value that you offer in exchange for compensation, a financial or monetary reward. That is an employment. And any activity that involves an agreement between you and another entity, whether when the agreement covers your responsibilities, terms of service, and terms of payment, then that is an employment. In the general sense of it, an activity that occupies your time, where you offer value in exchange for a monetary reward, and then there's an agreement that clearly stipulates your terms of payment and terms of service, then it can be said to have an employment. Before defining self-employment, I think it's safe to say that self-employment is a myth because you can't actually employ yourself. You have to offer value in exchange for a financial reward, be it a company that is hiring you, an individual, your client, your customer, or a firm. In the real sense of it, you that call yourself a self-employed person actually have an employment. So generally, it's all employment. But in the context of our debate, the major differentiating factor between an employee and someone who claims to be self-employed is regular working hours, 9 to 5, that we all know, and then 7:30 to 2 for those in the educational sector. And then an income security, a secured and regular income at the end of a stipulated time. Whether or not the person hiring you generates income or not, you get your regular pay. Otherwise, you belong to the gig economy. You belong to the over 5 million freelancers on Upwork or Fiverr, or you do your thing yourself and you can be tagged an independent contractor as well. There are so many types of them: graphic designers, writers, social media managers, transcriptionists, a researcher like myself on Upwork, photographers, makeup artists, and tutors. Having introduced my team and laid the foundation, I'll let the opposing team say their part. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Please give me some seconds to turn on my video. Good day, everyone. My name is Oyeni Ishun, and I'm here representing the Federal University of Technology, Akure. I will be speaking on why being self-employed is better than being employed. And one of the points we have here is that being self-employed gives you self-fulfillment and personal happiness. Now, being self-employed allows you to follow your passion and build your dream, which ultimately leads to self-fulfillment and personal happiness and satisfaction.
Sorry,
You can
Oyeni, sorry for cutting you. Sorry for cutting you short. Are you still doing the introduction?
No.
All right. Just wanted to be sure. All right. That's all right. You can go on. Sorry about that.
All right, to recap, I was talking about why being self-employed is better than being employed. And one of the benefits of being self-employed is that you get self-fulfillment and personal happiness. You see, the truth is that you can hardly build or live the life of your dreams being employed. Instead of working hard to chase your dreams, you are working hard to help another man chase his. Just like the American businessman and motivational speaker Farrah Grace said, and I quote, "You either build your dream or someone hires you to build theirs." You see, there's never been a time in history where the owner of or a founder of the company was worth less than the employees he hired, except those employees already have a sort of side hustle, of course. In other words, except they are self-employed. I'm sure everyone here dreams to have that rich, happy life we see millionaires and billionaires live on social media, right? Of course, you can only get that by being self-employed, not being an employee. You can only be soft like Tony Elumelu by being self-employed. Yes, being self-employed means you have to go through the grind, which is true. But guess what? The rewards are satisfying. Employed people work so hard, but they end up being unhappy. Some even retire broke after working their whole life to build another person's business for years. To further buttress my point, in 2018, a study was made by an emeritus professor in the Institute of Work Psychology, University of Sheffield, and it revealed that despite the fact that self-employed people work longer hours and seem to have lesser job security than employed people, they are happier, they feel fulfilled, and they are more engaged in their work than those who are self-employed. By the way, this study was conducted across several industries, including the health industry, the tech industry, the finance industry, and even the educational industry. But the study didn't just end there. Workers in various organizations were also interviewed, and the professor reported that these workers had the lowest levels of job satisfaction and engagement. Their satisfaction or happiness only came when they are promoted or when there's a salary increase. What a life. I challenge my opponents to ask any self-employed person, starting from the richest man in the world to the one within your environment. They will narrate how fulfilling their work is, despite the challenges they get to face. But ask any employed person how their work life is, and the next thing you hear is, it's giving shackles, or God, I beg you. My opponents might think fulfillment as a self-employed individual is a tiny matter, until you realize that pebbles that bring you joy are better than diamonds that bring you sorrow. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I am S.H. Kuta from the University of Nigeria Soccer Team Alpha. I actually thought from the beginning that my opponents would try to argue self-employment as against employment based on what it is in Nigeria rather than what it actually is. But I was glad when Folike said that self-employment is, they will argue their point from the fact that employment is an icing on the cake. And when you are present, the cake is beautiful, the cake. I take it that the cake is the employment. However, along the line, one of my opponents was trying to say that those employed are unhappy. And I'll put it to you that when you view being employed from the context of what it really is and what it is in most developed countries, not what it is in some countries like my humble country, then you know that employment is more like employed, unlike employed, up to a wide range of opportunities, plus diversify your source of income, achieve work-life balance, and enjoy that benefits like pensions, activity, and paid leave, and so on. I can remember in the place where I learned tailoring during COVID-19 period, a married woman there owns a shop. This woman has children in both primary and secondary school. I come to work by 8 and meet this woman there. And when I leave around 6, she's not yet ready to go home. The children comes back from school, meets her there, greets her, and go back to home. She's oblivious of whatever the children does at home. Do not tell me that hiring a maid can solve this, because that will be you deluding yourself. Also, in that same place, there is a place where there is another shop outlet owned by 2 couples. This couple runs a pharmacy shop there. Their children come back from work, meet them there, stay around there, play around there, and they go home to meet the maids at home. This couple, I learned from the information I gathered, goes home only when it's maybe 9, 10. Is it really the kind of ideal life you want for yourself? However, during this strike period, I found myself in an education environment where teachers work from 7:30 to 2:30 p.m. I found out that most of the government teachers have some of that things doing for themselves. One runs a palm kernel business. The other one runs an electronic appliance shop, which he opened during one of the long vacations, which is also one of the benefits of being employed. This is a paid vacation, as you all know. Also, most of the teachers there were engaging in agriculture, as the school gave them field to, make use of. One teacher was even testifying of how 100 naira tomato seed, the 100 naira tomato seed she planted on a plot that the school gave her has yielded up to 5,000 naira for her, even when she has not even harvested half of the farm. You will agree with me that with this, my learned colleagues have been able to achieve work-life balance. They go home by 2:30, meet their children, and also do some other things that they wanted to do. You might try to argue that a self-employed person have that opportunity to choose how many times he or she would like to work. But how many of them in this Nigeria give themselves space? And if you also end up giving yourself more vacation, you'll be seen as an unserious person. Also, these my learned colleagues have been able to diversify their source of income. If government decides one day to relieve them of their duty, they have something to fall back on. Also, if business is not going well, they are sure of daily, monthly income that will come in. Also, you can also see that these my colleagues can never go hungry. But as a self-employed person, maybe an engineer, a contractor, and so on, you will inevitably have gaps when there is no work. And in case of business, you may also have periods of low or negative profit, which might reduce your income. Consequently, you may find you are always chasing work and putting yourself under pressure. Also, you agree with me that there are some skills that you have and you will benefit more when you are employed, that is for example, under a company, than when you are on your own, like business solution, CCTV camera installation, being an architect. You will agree with me that when government officials, or let me say all these reputable companies, wants to go for something like CCTV camera installation or business solution, they do not go to individuals. Most individuals don't really make that much name for themselves. They go for reputable companies which they can trust. Moreover, most of us make plans for many other things. They make plans for many other things, but retirement plan. We always ought to forget that we will not be able to keep working forever. But being employed, you are assured of a retirement plan like pensioner, and you're also paid gratuity in case of teachers and some other workers. But though, as a self-employed person, you can create a pension plan for yourself. But how many self-employed people create this pension plan for themselves? Talking about job security, I know my opponents might try to argue that being self-employed offers you job security, that as an employee, your employer might end up one day relieving you of your duty. But that your business, is it immune to fire outbreak? That your company, is it immune to competitors' attack or other factors that might bring down your business? When you look at all these factors, you can see that you cannot even be able to answer this question: how sure is your business secured? Moreover, you are being paid in most developed countries based on how many hours you work. If you decide to work from morning till night and get paid, is on your own based on ideal country, but you will still get you will still get good pay. Unlike in Nigeria, where you work from 6 and still get pension. With this, I'll leave the floor for my opponents to also state their points. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Chioma. I'll be starting from the very last point which you made, which was on job security. You said being self-employed does not actually guarantee you job security. But I will ask you, Chioma. Now, according to a statistics by the National Bureau of Statistics and United Nations Development Program, it stated that a third of Nigeria's employed people have been out of jobs after the coronavirus. It also added that the COVID-induced crisis was expected to push over 11 million Nigerians into poverty by 2022, taking the total number of people classified as poor in the country to over 100 million. So can you then say, Chioma, that there is job security of being employed? Of course not. Imagine the countless number of people that have made unemployed. Going furthermore, you also mentioned that pension and gratuity is paid to people that are employed. I ask you, Chioma, have you gone to several states in Nigeria, out of the 36 states, over 24 from the last statistic that we released, recorded that gratuity and pension of staff from 5 years ago, we are still being owned? Is that the pension and gratuity you are referring to? You also mentioned how teachers of government schools have side jobs by planting various plants in the school from the farmland they were given. If being employed is so great, why will a teacher be looking for a way to plant crops in a farm or whatever? Now that is being self-employed. If that teacher chooses to focus fully on their self-employed job, believe you me, they are going to gain much more from being employed. Your teammate also mentioned paid leave. I tell you with fact that not every company provides paid leave to their employees. It's only a handful of companies that offer paid leave to their employees. And in some cases where you have been stressed from January to November and they're telling you to go and rest for December so you can continue the slaving again from January, is that what you actually refer to as being employed? I'll leave that for my opponent to ponder upon and give me an answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Still going by the last thing you said about my teachers being other side hustle. I learned from the first speaker from your side that self-employment is like an icing on the cake. And I like her for saying that self-employed, the other side hustle that the teachers in my school were doing, we're just like icing on the cake, which is the main employment they have as being a teacher. And other facts you were stating like some unemployed, those that are employed being unhappy. It's based on the contents of Nigeria. And I can remember clearly stating that we are talking about employment based on what it should be and what it is in most countries, rather than what some countries like my countries made it to be. Being employed in most developed countries like US is much more reliable than in Nigeria. And we're not talking about what Nigeria made it, but what it really is. Please, Naomi, can you continue by stating the facts to back up the fact that employment is better than self-employment?
Talking about Nigeria, from the first speaker, I believe that the reality that hit this fine young man, James, was the fact that there was overpopulation, which led to unemployment. Overpopulation, I think, is the major problem of our country, not giving a fine young man like James a job. Going back to the Malthusian theory of growth, I am an economist. It tells you that the population has overgrown the available food supply. And I put it to you that the population in Nigeria has also overgrown the available employment opportunities that they are, making James to retire to calling himself a self-employed person and a fashion designer. Now, from the second speaker, you said your income, from the first speaker, sorry, you said your income is equal to your skill level. I believe I believe that your income is actually equal to the amount of hours you are willing to work. What happens then when you are a business person and then you make enough sales for a particular time, and then on the other days where your health deteriorates for not getting proper sleep, or other is where you lose relationships and valuable things in your life for not having enough time, for wanting to put all your energy and all your time under your business. What happens when you have to get back on your health? What happens when you have to repair all those relationships you've lost? We, as the employed people that get a regular pay, I think we're on the right track when it comes to that. And then the second speaker talked about passion and personal happiness. Passion and personal happiness. I believe you go for a job where you are satisfied. You go for a job where you are happy. You go for a job that you are happy doing. Second speaker also mentioned if you want to be fresh like Tony Elumelu. I put it to you that Tony Elumelu worked under the Nigerian Union Bank in 1985 as an employee. He had a proper employment. He was also a salesman in 2005 before forming his team. So you have to go through the employment process. You have to work under someone. You have to learn. You have to have all those experiences before calling yourself a business person, before calling yourself an independent contractor. Because where do you want to get those work ethics from? Where do you want to get that discipline from? You can't just sit down in your home, have a dream, write a plan. Yes, it's work out, but those we experience, those that have gone under employment and decide to put an icing on their cake are way better off. I'll let my opponents state more of their facts.
All right, thank you, Naomi. Now let's address the issue of the icing on the cake. Self-employment is an icing on the cake because being employed is already a naked cake, if you don't know. Now, you made mention of Tony Elumelu. Why do you think Tony Elumelu decided to leave being a banker to being self-employed and building the life of his dreams? That's because being employed is not what you think it is. Now, also, you said something about your health deteriorating when that your health deteriorating would affect your relationship and all. Yeah, that might be right. But when your health deteriorates, you could have someone else managing your business for you. And when you are back to business. But being employed, when your health deteriorates, they could easily get someone to replace you. Or if you even have a wicked boss, which we do have in Nigeria, we have toxic bosses in Nigeria these days. They can easily fire you and just get rid of you. Now, that's that about that. On my second point about why being self-employed is better than being employed is that you get to have a healthy work environment. Now, the healthy work environment I'm talking about here isn't just your physical environment, like the serene atmosphere you get at organizations or a cubicle or desk on your own, because it's not even a big deal. A successful self-employed person can easily build this for themselves. Yeah, and being successful would eventually happen if you are persistent when you are self-employed. The healthy workspace I'm talking about here is more of the work environment, which will enhance and positively impact your productivity and well-being. A workspace or environment where you can work without fear or tension, an environment which isn't a threat to your mental health and your well-being. Gosh, it's no even longer news that for employed people, a healthy workspace or environment is as good as a scarce commodity. See, it would be easier for the price of eggs to return to 30 naira than for an average employee to enjoy a healthy workspace environment. That can only be by the grace of God. I can count how many times I've seen employees complain about the shithousery they face at their workspace, which isn't healthy to their mental, their emotional, and even physical health. If it is not battling with co-worker drama, then it is bullying or intimidation or harassment or torture from their boss. Now, how many of you know David Udeng here? If my opponents are well informed, they would know him. He's a popular private investigative journalist. Excuse me. A few days ago, he reviewed an article which revealed a glimpse of the shege most employees face in the media industry. Nepotism, harassment, bullying, and the likes. Now, that is just one industry. Think about other industries in Nigeria. Well, you are the one who even brought Nigeria into the context. Imagine the shege they face. So much for working to just earn a salary. A study shows that 1/3 of all the employees in Nigeria at an increased risk to workplace or occupational stress, regardless of their years of experience. If this isn't a huge red flag, tell me what it is. As a self-employed person, you are free from a toxic environment. You can work without fear. When you are tired of working, you can take a break. Even if you make a loss, you are happy about it, not going back to a job that will stress your life. There's no one to yell at you. There's no coworker disturbing your life or meddling into your business. You can think clearly and you can create freely. And again, like MI said in his song, Soft Like Tony, I would try to use that phrase again. Your mess go nice, your chairs go pop, your vex go drop, your swag go change, your sleep go sweet. This is what you enjoy when you're a successful self-employed person. That is the joy of being self-employed. Thank you. And now hand over the mic to my opponents.
Thank you for speaking. Again, to be soft like Tony, you have to go to that experience. You have to learn. You have to be under someone and put yourself through all those stress, all those things you complain about in the office area and the working environment. Then when you are better off, you know how to improve your life from there. Secondly, why will my health deteriorate as an employed person? It won't, because they give me enough hours to rest. Unlike a self-employed person that wants to put in all the work, that wants to put in every hours of their day just so they can make enough profits. I get enough time to rest and even pursue other things I wish. Now, for a successful self-employed person, it takes time, it takes training, and it takes you being under employment, if necessary, to be more successful. Let's talk about the risks that self-employed people face, because you have to go through an agreement between you and the person hiring you. This agreement will only stipulate your terms of service and your terms of payment. If you are not cool with it, I believe you are going to sit down. You sit down in that gig economy, you sit down in that freelancing world, waiting for gigs. You keep applying. I am a freelancer myself. I'm a researcher and transcriptionist. I sit down waiting for gigs. People also go through racism in the world of being self-employed, because they don't just take your work just like that. You have to go through enough to prove to your employees, prove to those that want to hire you that yes, you have enough to offer, you have enough to give to them. You offer your services to the general public at large. Anybody that comes, you give your service to, because why? You're self-employed, right? You give your service to anybody. Why for someone who has a proper employment, you are focused, you are specialized, whatsoever it is you are focusing on, you can grow there, you can become a master there. But as a self-employed person, anybody that comes, you give your job to, anywhere, anyhow, you just want to make that money. It's the money that's the goal. You really want to grow, but it's just that money. You don't care about any other thing. Even if it requires working 20 hours a day, you can do it because you're self-employed. Thank you.
All right, final comments, please. Final comments.
Hello.
Oh.
Hello, can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we
hear
can.
you.
We can.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Miriam from Team Futa, and I'm here to give you the final remarks. Yeah, so a lot has been said by my teammates, and the fact is being self-employed is beneficial than being employed. The solid points cited by my teammates are eye-opening, and I know you can now see the bigger picture. Even our opponents can agree that employed people can hardly enjoy any of those benefits my teammates have stated earlier. Ladies and gentlemen, if you ask our opponents after this space of what their ambitions in life are, I wouldn't be surprised if their answers are trajected towards being self-employed. Can you blame them? No. It's because they know the opportunities and benefits being self-employed offers to themselves, to you and the society. To end this, I would like to buttress more about a point one of the opponents made based on self-employed people not having time for their children, like people that sell stores as traders. That's I will not say it's a bad point, but I'll say it's a weak point, because My mother is a trader, and I know a lot of people have mothers that are traders, and they keep that time for their children, whether they have PTA meeting, open up, or they want to do anything for their children, they have that time. They focus more on their children. No, they have their business to do here. Even though they don't have anybody to put in their shop. My mom closes her shop anytime she wants to go for PTA meeting open day. She doesn't miss any. She goes there because it's time. And you go there because you know it doesn't take the whole day. It's just a day to sacrifice for that your children. If you know you're not ready to give birth or you're not ready to close your business, then you don't get married. You wait for that time when you're ready that, oh, yes, this is the time I want to get married so that I can be able to take care of my children. So I'm canceling that point, saying that people that are self-employed don't have time for their children. I'm canceling that point. Another thing I would like to mention, which is going to be my last point on about what our opponents mentioned. They said teachers. They also mentioned something. I feel like our opponents are siding self-employed, and they are also siding employed. Like they're not giving us like a straight point on what they are really like talking about. They're not giving us that good point for us to attack. Thank you so much for coming to this debate.
Oh, I'm
The rest
sorry.
are
One
here.
last thing. One last thing. To end this, I would like you to take a look at pictures on the next slide. It shows an allegedly happy employee going to his workplace. I hope you guys can really see how happy he is. That is just a typical employee in Nigeria and what they say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I still remain my humble self, Eze Chukwurita from University of Nigeria and Soka. As based on our conclusion, I'll still from your point, self-employment is just an icing on the cake. I'll citing some example, some characters like Smart Money Woman by Aristide, like Lara and Edua. Entrepreneur companies creating jobs. I believe we all know about what entrepreneur is. Is it not for something that someone can decide to pursue in life? We have Tam Tam or Tammy in the novel too, in the book too, who is employed. She's a fashion designer as she came, but she's always making losses. She wasn't doing well for herself in that field. And for that, sorry to burst your bubble, my opponents, but not everybody can be self-employed, or not everybody can employ themselves. You can make yourself employable and you benefit more from that. We also have Ladu from the who's busy spending the husband's money, body, and however, along the line, the father-in-law's business crashed. And due to that, their family went into turmoil. Can you tell me that that's not a bad side of being self-employed? Also, I noticed that my opponents were busy going down the lane of what is just arguments of for going for employment with the University of Nigeria and Soka is based on the context of what it is in an ideal country. There are countries like my humble country maybe to mention and that's environment. That's what an employee enjoy. They're supposed to enjoy it. They are even going to be paid, even paid leave. Countries in other countries like in Nigeria, which we shouldn't even as an example, because most things are going wrong here in Nigeria. So we shouldn't use because it is so here and generalize that is what it is. I will leave you by saying that employment is very reliable when viewed from context of what it is rather than what it is here in Nigeria. Naomi, do you have anything to add again to the conclusion?
Okay, is that the end of this Because I can't hear anybody else.
Naomi?
Because I can't hear anybody else.
Okay, with this, I will rest. All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very, very much, guys. All right. So I'm just quickly going to go into, we'll give the final. I don't want us to spend too, because we are behind schedule already. I don't want us to spend too much time. So we'll just give final feedbacks at the end of the session. You guys can either stick around or come back for the final remarks. All right. So do we have UI, beta, and OAU here?
Yes, ma'am. We are here, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. All right. Are you guys sharing your slides as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. All right. You guys understand the rules. Please, short, because almost everyone has not followed our agreement. They are meant to be short, just 1 point each for each face-off point, 1 point each, and make it short. Make it as short as possible. All right. Okay. Let's have OAU start the introduction. You want to share your slides?
Yo, we're carrying up.
Let's move on.
OAU, are you sharing your slides? No, we can't see it. We can't see it.
Oh, ma'am. Let's just start. Anyway, please.
Let me share it from my end. Please, if you are not part of the people presenting, please, can you mute your mic, please?
Mute yourself, please. Hi.
Okay. Can we start now?
Yes, you can, but there's a lot of background noise around you.
Oh, sorry. I'll try to be as loud as possible.
All right, you can start.
Good day, the moderator. Good day, the moderators of Daytopia tournament, esteemed judges, and the Daytopia family. My name is Odunsi Ayomide, a member of Team OAU, and here with me are Oyuade Eniola, who is the team head, Ariki Okoyemi, Tessie Zinzu, and Oyelola Barnabas. The topic for this segment's face-off is the effect of social media on the society and people. We all know that effect has both positive and negative. My team is here about the negative effects of social media on the society. I would like to put off my camera for enhancement of network, please.
Sorry, can I just stop you for a minute? If I'm right, so 1 minute, please. Can team UI confirm that this is not the topic? Do we have team UI here?
Yes, we are.
Can you confirm that this is not the topic?
This is not the topic. Like the topic is this is not the topic. This is not the topic. The topic is not negative effect of social media.
So the topic in itself is social media influencing, not social media. And I remember that I kept on repeating that during the meeting, if you guys were there, that it is not social media, it is social media influencing. Now, if your presentation is based on social media, then you would be pointing the gun at the wrong thing. Or I'm going to allow you to continue, but I just thought I should let you know that this is not the topic. The topic is the effect of social media influencing. That's the topic.
Okay, thank you. I'll take note of that. So the topic, as corrected, is effect of social media influences on the society. First, I would like to give you a background knowledge on social media. Social media is a collective term for websites and applications that focus on communication,
community-based input, interaction, content sharing, and collaboration. It is used to express people's thoughts and feelings, discuss their interests, connect with friends, and grow careers. Types of social media platforms, according to my research, are social networking, which allows us to interact in variety, video sharing, which allows videos for interaction. Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear
University
you.
tournament. University tournament. Okay. Blogging, which allows users to interact in-depthly with commentaries. The controversy on the benefits of social. Yes. Please, the person there should mute their mic. The controversy on the benefits of social media lies in the potentially negative impact they have. In addition to using specialized debate, they give us a topic. In addition to using specialized web resources for communication, they come and present against another.
Apologies about that. I've muted that person speaking. Sorry about that. You can continue your presentation now.
In addition to using many social media users utilize them as tools for bullying, intimidation, humiliation, and even violence. The biggest negative impact influences that social media have is cyber criminality, because social media gives the opportunity to be anonymous, which is negatively impacting the society. Time won't permit me to dive deeper into this impact, but I leave you all to the rest of my team, as I know they are ready to convince you without reasonable doubt how social media has more negative impacts and influences on the society. Thank you.
All right. Are you guys done with your introduction?
Yes, we are.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. Let's have the other team give their introduction as well, please.
Okay, good afternoon.
Can you share your screen?
Sorry, our presentation is not ready. Well, I don't have we don't have a PPT yet. Like just a PDF, and I don't know. So can I go on with it?
Yes, go on, please. Yeah, you can go on.
Yeah, so good day, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. And then I wish you an happy Independence Day. So opening the ground in today's debate is Better Team from the University of Ibadan. And true to our name, we will emerge as the better team in today's debate. It is not a coincidence, ladies and gentlemen, that our university is regarded as the first and the best. And based on our stance in this debate today, we are proposing, that means we are going first. And at the end of the debate, we will emerge as the first and the best. So long live UI, Better Team, long live Daytopia, and long live Nigeria. Moving on, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our university logo reads Recte Sapere Fons, which is Latin for the fountain of correct knowledge. You will agree with me that ours is a community of excellence. It is in our tradition, in our veins, and in our genes. This tradition is so deeply rooted that it keeps flowing through the ages, from the time of Wole Soyinka to the present age, with someone like Fisayo Soyombo. And as the generation keep rolling like dice, we keep standing the test of time, and this greatness never dies. Our glory lasts longer than an awesome man's perfume. We are not here to play, and I assure you that after today's event, it will be like an whole CAC affair. A round of applause would be the only thing remaining. Moreover, I noticed that our opponents who have 4 in number all have zeros in their surname. That means they have 4 zeros. And I want to assure you that in today's debate, they are here for 0. Representing the better team are 4 members. Myself, Ogodo Karim, the team captain, Ido Adimola, Abide Joshua, and the queen, Adikombi Josephine. The team lead, Ogodo Karim, is a 200 level law student, law undergraduates in the school, and is the current lateral of University of Ibadan, King of the Podium. And he was also the first runner-up of the Christian Law Students Association of Nigeria National Debates, which was just concluded over a week ago. Karim is an ardent researcher, with a never say die personality, committed to winning, open to new challenges, and never scared of opposition. He comes with tenacity, here to win. Victory belongs to us. Next in line is Adimola Faith. He has built a reputation of commitment for himself, and he has been nicknamed Focus to that effect. What a guy. He's a firebrand speaker, and he's sure to make our opponents lose focus in today's debate with his ferocity and flawless delivery. He has also won several public speaking events, and he was also joined first runner-up at the Christian Law Student National Debates. So once again, we are not here to play. Again, there's Abide Joshua, and just like the biblical Joshua, he is here to lead us to the promised land of victory. Joshua is beyond a mere public speaker or law undergraduate. He's committed to being the best. He's committed to coming out best in every duel. And in today's event, he will do well. Therefore, Timuweyu, do well to put up your best. Finally, there's an Amazon in the house. And I'm sorry, Timuweyu, you cannot get her on Amazon. You cannot get her on your side, even if you try shopping for her on Amazon. Josephine is an accountant and educationist, and through the course of this debate, she would provide enough lectures for our side of the debate and also hold our opponents accountable. Now, let's proceed to the proper introduction of the debate topic. Today's motion is an easy and tricky one. It is asking us if social media influencing impacts society positively or negatively. Before I proceed, it is pertinent to shed some light on the topic. The best way to assess any topic is to consider the history of such, and the idea of social media influencing dates back to the 18th century when Josiah Westwood, a potter, created some tea utensils for Queen Charlotte while parading himself as the potter of Her Majesty. And this got approved by the royal family, which in turn made him to be regarded as the father of modern marketing. And this is what had escalated on a large scale through the advent of the internet. It was created to improve sales, to enhance marketing, and through this, business can thrive. So I'm asking my opponent, is it possible for business to thrive without social media influencing in the current age? Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, tracing this from history, we have established a simple fact, and that fact is that social media influencing is primarily for a positive purpose, to uplift people socially and to improve sales, making it easier. Through the course of this debate, my teammates will come up to render better in-depth analysis of the topic before us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys, for the introduction. Although I think you spent so much time trying to introduce your team members that you didn't get, you went out of time, but that's all right. All right, we're going to go into the debate, into the face-off immediately, and I would want please. All right, let's have team OAU start off the debate.
Thank you, the moderator. I agree with my opponent. The social media has a positive influence on the society. But have you ever for once considered the negative impact it has had ever since it was invented? Many people think cyberbullying only affects teenagers. Unfortunately, adults are victims of this. Oh yeah, you are this way. Cyberbullying is a form of intentional harassment that occurs repeatedly through the use of social media to intimidate another person. In today's world, it has become increasingly common as digital space has expanded and technologies have advanced. Harmful bullying behavior can include posting rumors, threats, a victim's personal information, hateful comments, and manipulative photos of the victim. Most victims of cyberbullying often tend to develop low self-esteem, increased suicidal thoughts, frustration, anxiety, and depression. Teenagers or adults who are bullied via internet are in most cases bullied physically. A student once shared that all bullying hurts, whether in person or through technology. The end result is that bullying in any form is emotionally damaging. I will ask my opponent, have you ever considered why some students are isolated in school, why they don't relate with their peers, despite the fact that social media made our life more easy? Thank you. I'm Doma.
All right, so the other team can go in immediately.
Good afternoon, everyone. So
This is
I'm Adia
Karim from, sorry, please. This is Karim from University of Ibadan, and then I believe that in this debate, my opponents have gotten something fundamentally wrong, and then they seem proud in their ignorance. So the topic is about social media influencing, and they are talking about cyberbullying, which are just, they are two distances apart. So let me go to our point today. So in pursuit of a critical answer on how much of an impact social media influencing is, it is important that we launch an investigation on the concept of social media influencing as it affects society. In discovery, in discovery that a discovery that highlights the effects and the honest analysis to determine whether the impact is positive, negative, or both, and if both, a further interrogation is needed to determine which is of a greater mass. So in the presentation of our speech, it would be logical to portray social media influencing as an angel with no negative effects. However, in comparison of both positive effects and with the premise that would also present, it is fair that we have come to a deductive conclusion that proves that indeed social media influencing has more positive effects than negative effects, that we are not denying. It would also urge us for us to conclude further that social media influencing is like a medicine, providing solution and improving the body of marketing, though with a few and almost irrelevant side effects. So to understand the impact of social media influencing has on society, we have to know that what the society was before the emergence of social media influencing. So at this point, marketing and the advertising was limited to radio and television stations, and the target audience was usually determined based on the particular program that is believed to be aired mostly by the target audience. So we can say that this method was somewhat effective, but we can't ascertain its level of success because it cannot be measured, and the number of people who actually reviewed the information cannot be confirmed. Obviously, WhatsApp, Twitter, TikTok, and others came with various opportunities, one of which is social media influencing, which has revolutionized the concept of marketing and placement. I mean, if you want to buy a shoe, you can just go onto Facebook and find someone that sells shoe. You don't have to go and watch a radio station, listen to a radio station and determine where to buy stuff. Or so in the arena of marketing, social media influencing has paved way. So there's also lesser monopoly of goods and services of marketing since the advent of social media influencing. So one basic point that we've established today is that social media influencing has enabled the free flow of marketing, and it has eradicated monopoly in the market. Thank you.
Okay, I have a question for our opponent. He said that social media has paved way for more marketing and things like that. Yes, I want to buy something online. What if I landed in the hands of a fraudster and then I ended up getting duped? How will I get my money? Social media has made it look as if people are so perfect and there is no flaws with the social media. It's better for me to go to the market, see what I want to get, and I will get it. What do you want to say about what I ordered versus what I got?
Sorry, can I answer that, please?
Sorry, let me go through it. Sorry. It is quite ridiculous that my opponent would come up with such an argument. I mean, in everything that we have, even in drugs, there's something that is even in drugs, there's always a caveat, like you take the drug to this extent, you take this kind of drug, I don't take this kind of drug. So social media influencing is just like every other thing. It has its side effect. Even when people fight for rights, people die. So it is like this. There are positive effects of social media and then a negative effect. But even in the positive, there is still an element of negativity on it. But that doesn't render that positivity ineffective. Thank you. So okay. So please, I think we are missing something in this debate. Like the order of arrangement, it's not meant to be like this. I mean, someone is meant to come after the next person, and I don't know.
Okay. My opponent was saying that social media has been a good influence on marketing and aspects. Standing on the existing protocol, I am citizen. So, my opponent, I want to ask you a question. Do our sources have to evolve around social media? Have you ever imagined life without social media? Like, it's so funny how we only want to relate online and not physically anymore. How then do you not? Yes, social media have helped us to communicate far across and also affect the way we communicate. We hear people say, I communicate better online rather than physically, which is not supposed to be so. My opponent, do our sources always have to evolve around social media?
To speak to
Sorry,
that.
at this point, to this effect, I would like the next speaker to come up and address the topic, since we follow the order that was given to us. So my next speaker will come up and address the topic. Question.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Standing on the existing protocol, Amadia Kombia Emide just saying. So we are still on the topic, social media influencing, the positive effect on social media influencing. So I'll be going straight to the point we have here. The elders always say to teach a child, it takes 3 lessons. So we, the University of Ibadan, are here to educate the students of OAU. Social media influencing helps to raise social issues faster and also facilitates people who want to contribute to social work, such as monetary or food donation in times of natural disaster. There are times whereby social media influencers help to raise GoFundMe accounts for people in need, who has helped to bring hope alive to many lives. Secondly, social media influencing has helped to finding our voice even in the society. People of all ages, including you and I, use social media to develop a platform with a larger audience than they would have in other settings. This can help individuals build confidence. This is actually true. We can confidently say that when you're online, you can get a kind of confidence you actually do not have when you're physically talking to someone. And it also helps individuals to gain new communication skills, quick spread positive and important message. Take TikTok, for instance. Teens and young adults like you and I have successfully grown in numerous platforms where messages reach thousands or even millions of people regularly, just in a speak of a finger. Lesson 3. Social media influencing has been one of the biggest contributing factors in promoting businesses through digital marketing, particularly for new and home-based small business. It's how businesses build their audience by getting the word out about the latest products or services, ongoing sales, and time-limited offers. Not only new businesses, one of the positive implications of social media influencing is that it also helps already established businesses sell, grow through advertising and marketing. With the introduction of marketplace, you can also buy and sell directly through social media. Thus, most users find it convenient to do shopping on social media. Just at your convenience, you can be at home and then shop on social media and get the goods delivered to you. Thus, some users find it more convenient to do shopping on social media. Many of us can attest to the fact that having more followers or even paying social media influencers to help promote our small businesses can help our profits in the shortest space of time. Most of us are here and we know how we run businesses. For example, I own a business and I make sure, okay, regularly, even on weekly basis, I pay social media influencers to promote my business just so that it can move and can get to a larger audience. So I'll be giving it to my next speaker to talk.
All right, can we have the final?
Talking
Can we have
about social
sorry.
media.
All right, can we guys have the final? Can we have the final remarks, please?
All right, Barnabas, please.
Thank you. All protocols duly observed. I am Barnabas Oyelola. If you can't imagine your life without social media influencing, you've probably fallen victim to the strong power that social media networking sites have over the public. Chances are very high that you've also experienced some of the negative effects that social media influencing has on people and the society at large. Unfortunately, the bad effects, the negatives of social media influencing are just too real for a lot of us, as my teammates have rightly mentioned. I know we all here are brilliant and determined not to fall victims of the various social media influencing negatives, from being scammed online and getting exposed to contents that are even far away from the influencing, which is so-called. I'll leave us with this. It is okay to own the technology. What is not okay is to be owned by that technology. Be careful not to let the negative social media influencing life attract you to the dark way of thinking. There's nothing as social media influencing. What remains is on social media. After reviewing this information and all that has been said by my teammates about the negatives, the harms, the problems, the menace, and the adverse effects which social media influencing has caused, you will kindly agree with me that the negatives this has caused is highly more than the positives. Thank you very much. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, I have a POI. I have a question for my opener. Please, at what point did you convince us that social media, at least I think I'm lost in this argument. At what point did you convince us that social media influencing? What exactly is your point? Like, why do you think social media influencing, or what is the negative influence that social media has, or the negative effect that social media has on people? Because that's what the topic is asking us to address, and I don't think you've addressed that since we started this debate. So, can we get an answer to that, please?
All right, so Babatunde, the fact that they've not been able to, they've deviated from the topic would be the judge's decision to mark them on that. So just give your final remarks based on your own presentation.
I would like to answer that question.
May we permit to answer the question, or you're going to the final remarks?
All right, just briefly answer. You can talk about it if that would if that would help your points. Or once you're done, just go to your final remarks.
Spending too long on social media sites will adversely affect your mind. In fact, chronic social users are more likely to report poor mental health, including symptoms of anxiety and depression. You might want to ask why. Social media is designed to let you see carefully selected best parts of everyone's life, which you then compare to the negatives in your own life. According to the National Survey and Population Studies, social media can have devastating effects on youth mental health. In the US alone, survey findings show a 25% increase in suicide attempts among teenagers between 2009 and 2017. Although social media may not play a role in each of these events, but the time frame correlates with the growing use of social media. According to the Journal of Clinical Psychology, it is recommended to use social media for 30 minutes per day. I would like to ask my opponent, are you really using social media for 30 minutes, or should I mind my business? Thank you.
All right, is that your closing remarks as well, right?
Are you there?
So we have remarks from the
Oh, that's not a closing remark, no.
All right, please give your closing remarks, please.
From the University of Ibadan. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Judges, find an argument. This motion is an obvious and defined one. The motion asks about the ripple effect of social media influencing on the society. But ladies and gentlemen, we are not Peters. We cannot deny that there are two sides to every coin. Even this truth is glaring to the blind. The implication of this is that we have not come to assume the posture of painting social media influencing as a box of all goodies, as a faultless enterprise. Instead, our argument is predicated on the fact that on a scale of the goodness or badness of social media influencing, its good far outweighs its undoings. It has improved human lives and indeed the society at large. These and more will be proven as I go about my speech. To begin with, social media influencing has greatly bettered and improved societal acceptance. Judges, what do we make of an hostile world? What do we make of a society that stiffens up an acceptance for a sector of people? How can these persons thrive? How do they make the most of themselves? Social media influencing has greatly helped to demystify might about different sector of people, making us see them as humans like ourselves, as opposed to previous diverse, negative, uninformed opinions. I do not speculate, neither do I speak in the vacuum. The Black Lives Movement was largely pushed on social media and by influencers. We saw celebrities growing support in one way or another for this movement. This has helped the world generally to see Black people, skin, as more of the human society. What about Tayo Aino, a young influencer who makes videos of trips around the world, visiting diverse communities, making other people see other races in similar light, rather than the previous negative light they had seen these races? We are able to identify with them. Social media influence has made us human, more empathetic, made us more united as a community. We can see others, we can relate with their culture. We see us and we can see more as similarities. Social media influence certainly has helped us to accept other persons as humans, just like we are. More, the uses and justification of social media influencing are apt, constant, and fulfilled. If you would analyze the effect of social media influencing, we cannot conduct this analysis without exploring how much this medium has served man. According to journal sagepop.com, social media influencing has greatly served the following needs. 1, affective needs, cognitive needs, and tension-free needs. Judges, social media influencing has proven to serve these needs and more. Affective, for example, a person's need is easily lightened up upon seeing a comedy skit by Sabinus. But then there are even way more comedians pouring love, light, and pouring love and light into the tense atmosphere, especially in a society like ours that constantly finds a way to choke its members. Oh, cognitive need, of course, too. Influencers, especially experts, provide knowledge for guidance. The society gets more informed, more aware, and more knowledgeable to take better decisions. Talk of persons like Apoko Doctor, Mr. Posidex of Oxford on Twitter, and even way more others. People are able to make better informed decisions about their health, about their legal affairs, and about their lives generally. More so, judges, social media influencing has helped to build great minds, link like minds, generally help to keep the human race as a whole, mustering people to effect change and positively affect the society. Persons can be integrated with other persons with similar goals and ideologies. Social media influencers build or convoke communities of people. Each person is enhanced and motivated. Limitless exposure and experience sharing also abounds. These persons can grow better. For example, we have blockchain communities. In fact, one can literally become an official expert in a field simply by following influencers and their growing communities. At this point in time, of course, the opponents would mention things like bullying and cyber crimes and all of that. But judges, this narrative, truth be told, has gotten boring. Because as mentioned by my first speaker, those points would only hold water if the topic of this debate were the effect of the social media. But now we are talking about the influencing, social media influencers, social media influencing rather. And of course, there are particular persons who push this social media influencing. And these persons are known as social media influencers. So we have properly attacked this topic, judges. We are giving you great substantives as to the effect of how social media influencing has aided the lives and the livelihood of humans and society generally. The previous speakers mentioned about how it can improve businesses. Even on WhatsApp, people pay WhatsApp TVs to help advertise their businesses. Students who otherwise would have had no ways of survival can improve their businesses and manage their own lives, relieve the burden on their parents. More so, the second speaker mentioned about how social works can be promoted promoted by social media influencing. Of course, we see GoFundMe projects here and there that are being pushed by social media influencers, We can speak of Twitter influencers, especially the person pushing Chess in Islam initiative. We see how he has been able to socially impact society, bring up good funding for persons in rural communities, and these persons are helped to have a better life. Social media influencing has been able to achieve all things, these things rather. Humans are better for it. And indeed, we believe we have been able to prove here today that the benefit of social media influencing would far surpass its downside, because we cannot say that because a number of persons may be scammed online, or a number of persons may be bullied online, then social media is a flaw or is a flop. This would defy logic, considering its countless and boundless benefits to humankind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, Tim, your final remarks from the other team, please. Oye. Or have you guys given your final remarks already?
Can we address some things that our opponent said?
All right, so you can address it within your final remarks, but it's your final remarks and you've got just 5 minutes for it. Okay, so who is giving the final remarks? So you can address whatever you want to address within your final remarks. It's your final remarks, it's just 5 minutes.
I'm giving the final remark.
All right, go ahead, please.
Okay. Students are part of the society, right? Social media influencing is not for all. I hope you know that. Social media provides benefits such as giving students the access to information and to connect with others. Social media has left a negative impact on students, both physically and mentally. It is so easy to become addicted. Standing on the existing protocols, my name is Opeyemi Janet Ariki. Research shows that students who spend too much time following social media influence suffer from information overload, anxiety, and poor sleep, which can ultimately damage their brains. Their attention span becomes so short that they are unable to assimilate 5 minutes. Permit me to ask a co-debater from the so-called UI Beta a question. Would someone like to volunteer to answer my question?
Put your question first, please.
Anybody from UI Beta? I have a. How do you manage dividing your attention between social media influencing and your most important tasks at school?
I'm sorry, I think the question is okay. Sorry. Okay, will you take it? Okay, so sorry. Your question is that between social media influencing and your task in school. The point is, social media influencing can help you with your task in school, but you don't have to sideline one for the other.
Can help you.
What do you say?
All right, so Team OAU, you should have brought forth this question during the face-off. This is just the final remarks. This is just your closing speech. If you had any questions, you had the opportunity to bring it up during your face-off. Yeah.
This is our last question, and I would just like them to answer the question. We are almost done. Anybody, the time is going. All right, since there is no response, we are all trying to manage both together, right? But the truth is, we can't divide our attention equally between social media influencing and our most important tasks. One would definitely affect the other. I once read from a book titled Eat That Frog, that the ability to concentrate single-mindedly on your most important task, to do it well and to finish it completely, is the key to a great success. The success can, however, be stolen from us by social media influencing. How? By procrastinating. Okay, we are following social media influencing. We tell ourselves, oh, I'll only check my notifications.
Okay, it seems the network is is out. Anyways, you've got 1 minute left. Does anybody want to quickly say anything before we close? Because it's just 1 minute left. Within the team, that's OAU team. All right.
I have nothing to say now.
All right. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you so much, guys. Like I said, please do stick around. We're going to give final remarks at the end of the session today. Please, so please do stick around. I don't want to waste too much time giving feedbacks and remarks at the moment because we are behind schedule. All right, do we have the final team presenting online, please? Please, if we have you
yes,
here.
we do.
All right, can somebody nominate themselves to start off the introduction, please? Ebenezer, you raised your hand, sorry. Quickly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good day, the chairman, panel of judges, mentors, and the mentees of the Daytopia University Tournament, competitors, and all ladies and gentlemen available. My name is Ebenezer Elijah, the team leader of Team Footmina. And here I have with me, as I share my slides, some of my team members. Now, Ebenezer Adeji Elijah, an outstanding team leader and a 100-level student of the Department of Chemistry, School of Physical Science, Federal University of Technology. He's a mentor to many young persons and also a teacher and purpose-driven, vibrant, and enticing public speaker. So here we also have Oda Kinsley, an intelligent and purposeful team player, and 100-level student of the Department of Physics, School of Physical Science of the great Federal University of Technology, Mina. And his love for physics is great, and so his desire to coordinate his team to achieve a desired goal. And also we have with me here John Utaji Moses, also an 100-level student of the Federal University of Technology, Mina, a chemistry student, hardworking and intelligent young man who is a valuable team player. And also, lastly on my list, I have Okiki Jeso Oladimiji, an 100-level student of Department of Mechanical Engineering, so School of Infrastructure, Processing and Engineering Technology, Cyprus. Is an ardent, exceptional young man who has a track record of delivering diligence and is full of inspiration, whatsoever he does. Now, straight to our topic, are qualifications more valuable than experience? Now, experience, from my end, is the process of getting knowledge or skill from doing, seeing, or feeling things. Knowledge or skill from a particular time. I squeeze up experience to be gaining knowledge or skill with respect of time. Whatever is gained in knowledge, a particular knowledge or skill with respect of time is called an experience. Now, I will, before my teammates come to give us a speech on their own parts, where experience is more valuable than qualification, I would like to ask my other team a question. Since experience is gaining knowledge or skill with respect of time, can a qualification be attained without experience? Now I open the floor for Team Uni Abuja and my teammates.
All right, is that the end of your introduction?
Yes, ma.
All right, that's all right. Thank you very much. All right, so the other team can start with their introduction, and while they are doing their introduction, if they want, they can answer that question or answer it during the face-off.
Good evening, ma. Good evening.
Team Footmina, you can stop sharing your screen now.
Good evening, ma. Hello, good evening, ma.
Yes, we can hear you now. Please, if Sonia's network is acting up, can somebody else in the team take it up? so you don't miss out on giving a good introduction.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I believe you
good
can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Can anybody hear me? All
Yes,
right.
yes, we can hear you.
Everyone on the call. My name is Olayinka. Yeah, my name is Olayinka Pelume, and I'm the team leader for Team Abuja, and we are coming to support the motion that says qualification is more valuable than experience. And my other team members are Omaluju Bolaji, Sonia John, and Christopher Onukwe. And we all are going to be giving our different perspectives and facts and views concerning our debate topic for today. So going on to the definition of qualification. Qualification is a condition that must be fulfilled before a right can be acquired. It can also be said to be a skill that allows someone to do a job. It means you are eligible, fit for a role, and it's an enlightening experience. Qualification on a job application is the mini summary of the skills, education, and experience you bring to the table. Now, narrowing qualification down to education is of different categories. We have the academic, apprenticeship, certifications, and other things. Qualifications are requirements that a candidate needs to qualify and be successful in a specific role. You can typically earn qualifications through experience, education, or training in your industry or role. While experience, on the other hand, is the work you've completed that help you learn and practice the skills and knowledge you have in your field. Getting certified, that is having a degree, is a qualification. It's not just all about to get a job, it benefits all aspects of your life. Now, I want to walk us through a case study that explicitly shows the benefits of being qualified over experience. Here we have a couple named SOAS. In 2020, they were due for delivery of a baby. And this couple actually employed the service of a midwife, Sherry Hopkins, who has 10 years experience in midwifery, to deliver them of their set of twins. But in the process, the matter got complicated because the twins shared the same placenta. And when the first child came out, baby was dead. It got so complicated that the midwife could not attend to the issue because it's a case she has never encountered during her 10-year experience. So the wife has to be transferred to an hospital where a doctor with qualification and more information handled the matter, and they were delivered of another bounty of the other twin baby. So from this case study, we can see that though the midwife has an experience of 10 years, but still could solve a case because she has never encountered this during her 10 years of work. But a doctor with qualifications and knowledge has read so much about it and knows how to handle issues that come with such complications. Qualification is the foundation for all empirical and practical knowledge. It facilitates learning process. It's essential for combining both theory and practical. It creates room for more research as it's needed for innovation. It develops the speed of learning and shows you that something won't work. And qualification develops one speed of learning and shows you that something won't work and will tell you how it feels. And it also tell you the reason why something will not work. Experience may teach you that things are working this way, but education will show you why these things work. It gives you the theoretical and practical examples which you work with. So I would like to hands up here and give my other team members the answer to the many debates. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for both teams for their introduction. All right, so we'll just go quickly into the face-off now. Olayinka, your team, would you like to start the face-off, please?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, can your team start the face-off, please?
Hello, ma'am. What did you say? Oh, all right. Kapalon of Management Balaji to start off with the face-off of the debate. Thank you. Balaji, are you on the call? Please, you can start off with the face-off. Bolaji is not set to Christopher, please can you take off?
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Christopher Onkwe from University of Abuja. There can be infinite use and of a new age technology, but if teachers themselves are not able to bring it into the classroom and make it work, then standing on the existing protocols, I'll speak more on why qualification is valuable than experience.
Olayinka, you can mute your mic now, please.
It's playing an important role, experience, when it comes to creating a successful career path, building sustainable business model, and staying abreast of technological innovations, of which brings me to my point. Qualification places value at workplace. Experience alone is no longer enough to drive efficiency and effectiveness in workplace. I'll cite an instance. We are all aware of the COVID-19 that affected virtually every region of the world. The hunt for a cure wasn't invested on doctors or scientists as per se, who were doing practically the same thing every single day. They needed scientists who were researchers and were updating their knowledge on the respective field of endeavors to man the situation and provide solution of which only qualification can bring. This shows that a qualified manager who got certification and technical skills cultivates critical thinking and problem-solving skills through the application of different theories to work-related challenges. While an experience-based manager is often ineffective, as all their skills are experience-based, their thinking is confined to what they have learned on the job. Warren Buffett quote, and I read, "The later qualification brings to mind a fellow who applied for a job and stated he had 20 years of experience, which was corrected by a former employer to read 1 year experience 20 times. Food for thought. Experience gotten in a year could be written over and over again. Someone working in an oil and gas firm and having 30 years experience is the same as saying such a person got that experience in a year for 30 times. Also, qualification benefits all aspects of one's life: intellectual, social, personal, innovative, artistic, ethical, and so on, of which I point out to be a way of adding value. While growing up at a tender age and pursuing my education, I discovered in the course of my studies other skills such as interpersonal communication, presentation skills, ethical skills, social, all began to factor into the equation. A report of Association of American College of Universities found that 82% of executives and 75% of hiring managers surveyed believe that it is very important or absolutely essential for individuals today to get qualifications. Many of the skills they cited as most important didn't involve a specific curriculum, but had a lot to do with soft skills, and qualification is the only thing that confers that. As an example, 90% of hiring managers cited the ability to effectively communicate orally as very important, and 87% said the same thing about the ability to work effectively in a team. All these referred skills are one way or the other taught in the process of getting a qualification. The most qualified presidential candidate who is fit to rule this country has come to our awareness at this point. Like we all know, most of the candidates have experience but aren't qualified due to the lack of innovative capabilities needed for that state, of which qualification and only qualification can give. So at this point, I would let my opposing team state their facts. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I think I would love to go on from here. So first of all, can we all hear me, please? So I'm sure I'm not just speaking to myself.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So our opponent has not actually answered our question that Elijah asked. How that I'm sorry I missed Elijah's question, but yes, we've not answered that question. That is one. But I'm coming back to the introduction phase. Olayinka actually said that qualification is an enlightening experience. Sorry, where's that noise coming from? Thank you. Olayinka actually said that qualification is an enlightening experience. And then, but she later went ahead to say that qualification is the foundation for knowledge. How do you definitely have a qualification without having to have the experience of gaining such a qualification? I'll use the same example of the midwife that she gave an example of, and I'll use this in this setting. So I'm actually a certified photographer, meaning that I've gone to a school and then I've learned photography. That's the basic theory. But if you give me a camera now, I can actually tell you how the lenses work, how everything works. But I may not be able to take top-notch photos or pictures because I've not actually been an experienced photographer practicing photography. But I know everything about how it works, how the camera functions, how to set it, how to give you the best lighting experience, the best lighting exposure, and stuff like that. I'll use another example, for instance, a swimmer who goes online to read about swimming. Do you think the swimmer can just jump into the river and swim? Or do you believe that this swimmer can actually go and compete in the Olympic Games without actually having the experience of swimming? Back to the example Olayinka gave, the medical doctor is not just a qualified practitioner, he's also an experienced practitioner. If he had only been operating on lab rats, for instance, or cadavers, for instance, bringing that situation where it involved the woman's life, real life threatening situations, he would have probably been scared, made mistakes, wouldn't have known what to do, even though he has read extensively about it. Same thing applies to the midwife. Even though she is not certified to carry operations, if she has been in the space where she has seen this thing happen over time, and then she has learned through experience to do this, she would be able to have accurately handle that situation without actually being a certified personnel. And this can also happen to our parents who didn't go to school to learn how to be mothers and fathers, but through the experience of having given birth and training children, having looking at how other people train their children, these people developed, and they actually trained us, and we're going to train people through experience, not qualifications. On this point, back to Elijah's question, I would love if Elijah will repeat this question after I drop the call, or after I mute my mic. But then I will also say that there is no base for you telling me that qualification is actually more eligible than experience, because you cannot have a qualification without having the experience of gaining the qualification rather. Thank you.
Now back to the question he asked for, I said, since experience is gaining knowledge or skill with respect of time, can a qualification be attained without an experience? Hope you got my question right.
Good afternoon, everybody. Sorry, can I go on, please? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can
hear you.
Okay, so good afternoon. My name is Uche, representing University of Abuja. Now, back to your question. You said something about enlightenment. You said if qualification is an enlightened experience, can a swimmer or a diver just go into the river and start swimming without experience, without prior experience? I would like to reiterate that the person who introduced Olayinka said qualification is an enlightened experience. Now, what is enlightening? If you look at the Merriam-Webster dictionary, said enlightening is providing knowledge, understanding, or insights. So I'd like you to understand that upon getting qualification, you are providing knowledge. Experience on its own is a subset of trying to get qualified. Without experience, without qualification, you can't get qualification, you can't get experience. Now, what I'm saying is this: if you are saying, can a diver go into the river? A diver is said to be qualified. A diver is said to be qualified, not just because of the experience. He has gone through an enlightening stage whereby he gets knowledge, whereby he gets insights about how to swim, about how to move his feet, how to move his hands. That is him being qualified to become a diver. That is him being qualified to actually go to the Olympics. Now, based on what's his name? The other person's question. The other person's question. Sorry, please. I don't mind. Can you please repeat the question if you don't mind, please?
Okay, back to my question. I said, since experience is gaining knowledge or skill with the respect of time, can a qualification be attained without an experience?
Now, very good. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, if you say experience is gaining knowledge over time, then I'll tell you that I put it to you that qualification, experience can be gotten from the pages of a book. I mean, there are many books about people have written about their experiences, and they put it in books, and they apply such books. I can apply such ethics I've read in a book, and then I'll still be able to provide solutions to problems that I've even not encountered before. For instance, I'll give you a very good case study. I interned in one of the leading banks in Nigeria today. And while I was interning, I met, on my third day on the job, a customer walked into the branch and said he lost his dad. He needed to have access to the money, to the money in the dad's account. Now, the teller there was just rambling that, what do you expect? She gave an answer, an experienced person without qualifications to definitely give. She said, I don't know how to do it. You know me, I'm not the right person to talk to. Thereby losing the customer. I had to walk in. I approached the man. Why? Because I had qualifications. Why? I've read it in the book before. I said, sir, practical banking. I said, sir, these are what you need to do. These are the requirements you need to bring. And this is how long it will take you to actually solve that problem, to actually get access to your dad's money. But I've never experienced such question. I've never had that experience before. I've never experienced such problems before. But I just read about it in the book and I preferred solutions to the question. And then that was how I solved the problem. But let me ask you a question. I'll put it to you that if you have not experienced the problem before, if you are relying on your experience without qualification, because qualification broadens your horizon, it gives you in-depth knowledge about what is happening, not just in your particular cubicle or just in the fragment of where you are learning, but more in-depth knowledge about the industry as a whole. Now, I'll ask you a question. How do you solve a problem you have not experienced before if you don't know about the industry as a whole, but you just know that you are self-deposit, you pay check, you grant out, you give loan. But what if the customer comes to you and say, I want to make an investment? How do I go about it? What do I need to do? But you have not experienced it before. You have worked in the bank for 3 years, 4 years. You have experience, but you don't know any other thing apart from paying deposits, granting out, giving out a piece. What else? How then do you counter a problem that you have not experienced before?
I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry to say, but before Kingsley comes up, I think our opponents should not mistake qualifications for certifications. Thank you.
Sorry, I did not get your point.
I said before my team member comes up, who will answer your question, actually, I think you should not mistake qualifications for certification.
Okay, good afternoon. Please, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you, Moses.
Okay, I'll just be going straight points to what my team have said. I want to say something about the medical. Necessary for your profession. Experience of working here. Experience teaches how to learn to produce favorable outcome regardless of time. Let's see how part of the work gives a higher leverage for one who is looking to occupy an office. No employer is willing to entrust his or her business to someone with only educational qualification. He or she wants someone who will fit into that office and has prior knowledge of that field. For instance, it is extremely improbable that a new employee will be very successful in the area of good customer relation, as one of the cornerstones of marketing is customer interaction. And this is learned best through experience. Are you listening to me?
Yes, we are.
Okay, so experience lets you craft your own story, while the rest of the people stick to an old and obsolete script. An employee who has an advantage of experience most likely an asset to the company than someone who has the advantage of qualifications. Experience enables you to be very versatile in the market. He or she is able to do more than one responsibility at a time because of the experience gained over. Can a fresh university do that? No. This puts the experienced worker away on the market compared to the so-called qualified worker. Experience enables you to be independent in the place of work. You don't have the monitor up around. Your experience tells you what to do. Experience gives the advantage of wisdom. The senior colleagues at work will enjoy with experienced worker rather than a worker who is only qualified. A nurse who has witnessed about 20 heart surgeries is better than a newly graduated doctor and has a chance of doing or we perform much better than a freshly graduated surgeon. Why? Hands-on experience is far better than qualification. The ability to improvise lies highly on how much experience you've gathered over time. Improvising becomes easy when you have gained experience. Okay, like most of the great men we have today, somebody like the Elon Musk, we have the Elon Musk, the Bill Gates, Larry Ellison, or Steve Jobs. These are men that they don't have the qualification, but they have the experience. I believe if you are able to employ such people in your field or company, I believe you will know how it will flow. Why? It is because of the experience they have gained over time. Are we following? You can be qualified to carry out a task, but experience make it easier and makes it works out. Are we following? Qualification can be manipulated, faked, and forged, but in experience, you give what you have. Are we following?
Yes, sir.
Obtaining qualification has immense amount of benefit, but without experience, it may not assist someone in their professional career. Before I give my colleague a chance to speak more, I would like to ask a question to my opponent. Is a 21-year-old with 3 years solid experience who has completed some relevant industry qualification during this time or more or less valuable resources than a newly qualified university graduate who has barely stepped foot in an office environment before? Please, I would like my opponent to answer the question. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. I really do appreciate the questions asked and the facts you put forward. Now, first of all, you said likes like Elon Musk, Steve Jobs, Bill Gates, they had no qualifications. Well, I'd like you to retrace and go and confirm your facts. Elon Musk went to the University of Pennsylvania. Steve Jobs also graduated, I think, with a 4.2 CGPA. So please go and confirm they all had qualifications. Now, based on what Okiki said, I'm confusing certification with qualification. Now, if you look at certification is a product of qualification. You get the certification because you are qualified. You don't tell me that. You can't say that certification is on its own, qualification is on its own. You cannot have it like that. They both complement each other. Your certification shows that you are qualified. And for the fact that I said I would prefer to employ a 21, prefer to employ a 21, someone who's 21 but has practical knowledge about the field, or a fresh graduate. Simple. I will just simply answer that question by saying, will you employ, do you want to have an accounting firm, will you employ someone who graduated from secondary school, who has worked in a mini-mart, or has worked in probably a retail outlet, and then probably works as a bookkeeper for 2 years, or a graduate who has a certification from, let's say, ACCA or ICANN, who knows the principles of accounting, principles of bookkeeping, and not to put you in trouble with the IAS, which is the international accounting standard. So that would be a thing you should look at very well before you start saying that you would just prefer to employ someone that has 2 years experience or 3 years experience, but is not up to trend with the current demands of the industry. And then I would also like to buttress the point. Qualification is a way of proof of intelligence. I will state that fact, and I will state that fact clear. Now let's examine something. Now most liberals, most employers of labor, they prefer those with qualification, mostly degrees, because they associate them with certain characteristics. Like, for instance, the ability to think out of the box, they think in a structured manner, they prefer solutions even to problem that they've not encountered before, compared to experience that you need to first encounter a problem before you can prefer solutions. Like the bank teller, she has not encountered someone who lost his dad and needs access to the money. That's why she said she cannot do anything, she cannot prefer solution. That, as an employer, that is a very red flag for me, because it just shows that I'll have a customer, an angry customer, or as a person, I will now say I will get the service of a midwife who has 10 years experience. But when faced with the problem that has to do with the sac of the placenta of the twin being conjoined, she could not prefer any solution, and then we lost the child. Because of experience but no qualification, a life was lost. Without experience, no qualification, a customer was lost. A customer walked out angry. If not, I had to step in because I had qualifications. I had certifications to back up my qualification, because certification, I say, is a product of qualification. I was able to remedy the situation and told the customer what he needs to do. Now that I'm saying, when you are looking at qualification, if someone with qualification.
Okay, now very well.
Skill that experience alone cannot do. Sorry, please, I'm not done, please. Some courses alone, if you look at the CFA course that we do, even according to the American labor law, they say even some courses alone once upon completion is likened to experience, because it takes a lot of dedication, work, and background structure to complete those courses. And then I will see, if you tell me qualification, if you say, would you prefer to employ an accountant, a person who leaves school, secondary school, who is a secondary school graduate, who has worked in the mini-mart for 2 years? Or will you prefer to employ an accountant who graduated and he's gotten his ICANN and an institute certification from England? Thank you very much.
Okay, now, very well. Thank you very much for your question. Now, I would like to let you know that no matter your qualification, no matter the kind of dream you have, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so I'll put it out to you. No matter the qualification you've acquired, no matter the dream you've dreamt of managing or of participating in one of those financial institutions, I'll put it to you. The information you've gathered is incomplete until you work with them. The information you gather is incomplete until you work with them. You see companies use employers' branding to attract talent the same way they use marketing to attract clients. You see, now I'll put it to you. That's your graduate that has an experience that has graduated with let's say a first class in marketing, or should I say his colleague. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. Please go on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So I will employ a person that has spent 3 years in a mini-mart 10 times than one who graduated today from an institution. Did you know why? Because the person I'm employing has an experience. He knows the know-how of my business. He knows how we deal with things. He knows our dealing. So I will employ that person 10 times to that graduate. Why? Because he knows how to deal with my customers. He knows how to handle my business. And I will even retire with joy, knowing that I have somebody there that has experience and knows how to handle my business. Now, work experience gives you an understanding of the office you are aspiring to occupy, therefore giving you a hint of what your employee are looking for in an employee. Employers can benefit from work experience too, as you can add value to them through your effort. While professionals at any level can participate in work experience, it is most common among students and graduates. Typically, work experience assignments are short. However, while it may be unlikely to master a job during your assignment, you can certainly gain more understanding of the field you've chosen. This can help you evaluate a job and understand if it fits with your strength. I can't stress enough the importance of the numerous benefits we have of work experience. As you will find that most jobs are quite different in theories and in practical. Yes, what he has been taught in his school is quite different from what is going to apply, even in the mini-mart. So I would prefer that person in the mini-mart that has spent 3 years than your graduate, because what he has been taught in the university is not the same thing that's going to be that will be applied in the mini-mart. They are not the same thing. This understanding will benefit you greatly when it comes to choosing your future careers. Now experience has so many leverages over qualification. Number one, it's only an experienced person that can be a team worker. It is only an experienced person that can be a team worker. One who knows how the company is being run. One who has an understanding of what his employer requires of him. He can work as a team with other experienced individuals. A good experience empowers employees to try their best. If their workplace project is even an airtight environment, employees will feel confident and their work are made less difficult.
Sorry, Mr. Kinsley, are you done, sir?
All right, guys. Yeah. So because of time, because we're dragging, you guys are making so many points within one round. So it's making it drag too much. So I'm just going to ask you guys to give your final remarks now. Whatever else you want to say, just say it now, and then close the debate. Thank you. So let's start with University of Abuja, please.
Okay, yeah. Actually, my colleague was going to take
Sorry, I have a
the.
question to ask. By final remark, do you mean the conclusion?
Yes, I mean the final remarks. That's the conclusion. Yeah. Yeah, I mean the conclusion. Yes, that's what I mean. All right, Uni Abuja, you can continue your final remarks now. I mean the conclusion, final remarks. Yeah.
Okay, I would like to commend my teammates for a very good argument. So in my conclusion, I would say there is no fire without a spark. To keep the bush burning, you need just a little fire. Qualification is the spark that leads the fire and keeps the passion burning. In 1975, Oparife left United States University, one credit of completing a 4-year degree for a TV job. However, a decade later, after launching a talk show and earning an Oscar nomination, she resumed her studies and became a graduate member of Tennessee State class of 1986. This just illustrates that qualification is of great value, and hence there is no total absence of it in the lives of great people. Qualification proves that you have mastery of your field, which helps to build your confidence. The innovativeness of the qualified person is immeasurable, as they have the ability to think outside the box and develop new initiatives. It also improves one's ability to earn more. An attestation to this is the system used in the Nigeria Civil Service. They only get to earn more when they are promoted to a new level, and they only get to attain the new level when they pass an examination, which is a qualification for them. Also looking at the finance industry, the qualification gives you the chance to earn higher. Ben Kansin, who is a neurosurgeon, acquired several qualifications in his field: professorship in plastic surgery, oncology, and pediatrics at Johns Hopkins, earned a medical degree in the University of Michigan in 1977, went to medical school in Baltimore, Maryland. All this knowledge and qualification paid off when he successfully led the separation of the conjoined twin in 1987. Kansin was able to achieve this due to the knowledge he acquired as the procedure and reconstructive techniques he came up with made him a world-renowned pediatric neurosurgeon. He was the first to successfully rescue an idiopathic twin using an internal shunt. This shows that qualification makes you innovative. It helps you come with new ideas and added value that experience does not often offer. I would like to also give a question that my opponent asked by saying that can qualification be attained without experience? The answer is yes, because qualification is the bedrock of your experience, is the foundation. The experience you so much value and cherish now cannot be gotten without you being qualified in the first instance. If you don't have a degree or anything, you won't be able to even get a job in the organization where you tend to work to gain the experience you are clamoring about. So in the light of this, I would like to round up by saying experience only shows you that you spend certain periods of time doing a particular thing or a specific role. But qualification shows you that you have explored the world of knowledge and you have broad prospect on the subject matter, which shows your innovativeness. Benjamin Franklin said in one of the quotes, and I will say, an investment in knowledge pays the best interest. It means that there will be great outcome if you focus on nurturing your intellectual being. Never forget, qualification is the bedrock of experience. At this reasonable point, I would like to leave you in no doubt that qualification is more valuable than experience. Thank you. Thank you. I'm done with it.
All right, thank you very much. So Futmina, can you have your final remarks, please?
Okay, from the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, about 12,000 PhD holders now are unemployed. And also, Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, about 4.3 million Nigerians with at least an ordinary national diploma are still unemployed. The PhD holders having the qualification, their BSc, their masters, and having their PhD still tend to sit at home suffering, while the experienced one also have to figure out something. When the COVID-19 came, all the qualified graduates had to stop their work stop working from the working place. Why? They could not pay them. Now, there was technical know-how. Now, how can you meet a fresh graduate that just graduated from mechanical engineer, graduated as a mechanical engineer, and a roadside mechanic who had 5 years 5-year experience on repairing of his vehicles? Now, who do you think you take your vehicle to? A fresh graduate who just came out with a piece of paper and does not know what the part of a vehicle, which he had just only known how to calculate mathematics on a sheet of paper. Now, as the ASUU strike comes in, all the students have been placed on a hold. About 2 million Nigerian students are placed on a hold in acquiring a qualification, while all of them go to do menial jobs. Why those experienced ones, they offer solution to their society. When COVID-19 came, those who were experienced in doing different menial jobs and doing different things brought in solution to the Nigerian economy. In conclusion, in the business world, everyone is paid in 2 coins, cash and experience. Take the experience first, the cash will come later. Experience are like bricks, which is need to get a house. You cannot get a house without bricks. Experience are like building materials that have to come together for you to get qualification. Whatever works by experience and not qualification. For qualification to be attained, experience has to come first. Experience is the mother of everything that works. Experience is the mother of everything that works. Therefore, I will put it to you with all reasonable points and without no doubt that experience is more valuable than qualifications.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you so much. So great. That we've come to the end of today's debate. All right, so I'm just going to quickly give my own personal review. For most of the teams, to be honest, the debate didn't go as we planned it to go, and probably this might also be because, number one, I didn't want to keep interrupting you guys because I felt it would be a distraction as well. From when we were doing the meetings that we had with the team leaders, which I hoped that the team leaders probably had the session recorded or communicated what we said within the meeting with their team members. We said it that it should be a point for each round. I can see some of the teams kept on having different points to say within each round, which made which just dragged the whole face-off session and didn't make it go as we planned it to go. Also, I'm not sure why some of one of the teams had their questions wrong, because I could remember on that day, I kept on emphasizing that it is social media influencing and not social media. I said it a couple of times and I kept on saying it, that it's not social media, it's social media influencing. Everybody can have debates on social media, but the idea was to go into social media influencing. And I could understand the other team at the other end, because it was difficult for them to actually debate when they already had the question wrong. So it was a little bit difficult for the other team to actually have a proper debate with them when they actually have the question wrong, at the beginning. The second team that had their competition would have had a very good presentation, if not that they were shouting at each other and they were not allowing each other to complete their statement, but their presentation would have, emerged as one of the best presentations today. But they were raising their voices at each other, which was against the rule. Okay, so thank you very much for everyone that came in. Some of our judges are at events, they are listening, but they might not be able to pass comments or feedbacks. I would call Mr. Daytopia himself just to give all the teams some of the feedbacks and remarks based on his own judgment as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is already turning out to be a really interesting, competition, and I love the energy. That is the first thing I'm going to say. I love the fact that almost everybody brought great energy into it. I love the fact that you were really into your topics. So, for those that picked a side, most of you stuck with the side. Sometimes they give you a side and you feel like, well, I'm more of the other school of thoughts, and it shows in your arguments that you are not really convinced of what you are actually saying. You are just saying it, you are just reading it out, or probably just saying it just to make some points. But I like that fact. It was really competitive. I love that the Ethiopians are very competitive. Every time they come in, they are very competitive. Aside from the Ethiopians that didn't give us slides to enjoy, but aside from that, very competitive. I just wanted to make a few comments as well because I've been writing down, I've been jotting, and I've really learned a lot from this. The first one is time management. I think I'll just quickly go through it so that because Dr. Lejumoke already mentioned a lot. So time management, that was something really lacking today. And I guess it's because it's the start of competition. You need to, as you're working on your points, you need to work on the timing, make sure that, you are saying, or you are, putting out all your points, all your important points within time. The second one was structure as well. So this relates to time management as well, because if you have a proper structure, introduction, the debate, and the final remarks, you won't be taking the questions you're supposed to be asking the opponent, or the main point. I saw a lot of main points being said in the final remarks. I'm like, well, why are you not putting this in your main debate rather than Dr. Ejimake, please, can you help me? Right, thanks. So why are you not putting this in your main debate rather than pushing it to later in your final remark? Right. So the structure was not there today, and understandably, because it's your first time, it's the first time together, I guess, for most of you. So you're still getting to build that synergy around the team, so which is forgivable. Another one was the fact that so many comments were made today, like I can't even count. So many comments were made that had no proper backing. So when you are making a comment, you can't just say things like, I can say many employees face nepotism, or a study states that. Which study are you talking about? You can't just say a study states. For all we know, you can just pick a study, a random study that was not peer reviewed, or just probably a blog, something. What study actually states it? You can't just say, I can say many distinct, but you're not backing it up. I saw so many opportunities for you to really push your points with stats, with facts. The last one was the last people that the last round, we had so many generalizations, like things like statements were made like, okay, I will employ a person that has experience 10 times more than the person that has a first class. Yes, you will do that. It's not the debate is not about you, what you do. It's really about letting us know that with facts, with empirical evidence, that this is better than this. So for all we know, you are saying you can do it, but is that what should be done? That's the essence of debate. So at that point, there was the big opportunity for you to back that up with probably a screenshot of facts made by top CEOs, recruiters, HR staffs, things like that. Imagine if you brought all those facts here that 10, 100, maybe a survey carried out on recruiters, and probably 80% of them said they will recruit a person that has more experience than someone that has a first class. That's a major point, and in you backing it up with stats makes it difficult for your opponents to even come back, to counter argue that point. So just things that you need to ensure that you take note of. I've said this before, the final comments shouldn't have new evidence, new points. It shouldn't really be new. It should be conclusion. So what are you are just not even asking questions. A lot of final comments were even asking their opponents questions. You shouldn't be asking questions on this part. You should just be rounding up your points. So kind of like reminding us that you said this point, you said this point, you said this point, and the counter arguments you made as well, reminding us of all those, and then making a final remark on it that, okay, based on that, we've said all these major points, and our opponents were not able to even really counter them, or that's the conclusion. So not asking questions or now providing new evidence. Okay, and the final one will probably be the introduction. The introduction part should not have a lot of key points. A lot of people started their introduction by stating most of their points. At the end of the day, they were now repeating a lot of points during the actual debate. These points, you still have enough time to say these points, and there's no way that your opponents will not still bring back these points. So you saying it in the introduction that you're supposed to ease us into, I loved a lot of the introductions, giving us an in-depth knowledge of what you are going to talk about, of the speakers that we are going to be expecting. That is what introduction is, easing us into that topic and what we are going to be expecting. That's what introduction, not giving all your main key points already, throwing all your cards at once, and just to make sure that whenever you're in a debate, make sure you focus on the topic. Don't go off topic. It's easy to try to go off topic, you don't even know it, but people listening to you will be like, okay, what has that got to do with this, right? So make sure you focus on your topic. Make sure that I know it was difficult for some to stick to their parts. So if you were supporting emotion, for instance, I saw a lot of people, I saw a lot of times they provided arguments for the opponent. So what they were saying was even supporting, the arguments that the opponent was saying, and things like that you need to avoid. They were just giving ammunition to their opponents, and eventually, they used that against them. So, but all around, very good counter arguments with all the universities. Well done, guys. A lot of research in it as well. But just make sure you take note of those points. And I'll let any other comments to come, and then I'll just announce I'll go back to the panel and then gather the result and announce. If there are any comments, you can just make the comment before I come back. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, all right. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Yeah. Basically, I just want to pardon some of the things just because I feel this is an introduction into the whole tournament. But let's just be mindful of the rules of the tournament. When there are rules, please follow the rules. Timeline is very, 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 very key, very, very important. It's important that you follow the timeline. And if you have to double check what the tax is about, please do. It doesn't make sense you coming here and presenting the wrong task, you know. And because of the fact that it's a tournament, you're competing with another team. Once you missed it from the beginning, you just give the other team a free mark, because there's no how we can judge you on the wrong topic, or you when you're talking about the wrong thing. And repetition too is also very. See, the truth there is that I feel like you should have been more concerned about your own debates than what the questions they're going to be asking you. And the reason why I said so is that, yes, you need to prepare for everything, but also having strong evidence, like Mr. Daytopia said, having strong evidence, to back up your own debate, would have, put you in a better light. All right. So some of the teams actually submitted their slides. Some of the teams didn't even have slides, which is appalling. I'm sorry to use that word, but it's really, really appalling. You had 2 weeks to prepare for this topic. 2 weeks. That was why on the first week before the final week, we sent out the topic first. Although we didn't tell you what side you would be on, but we gave you a whole week to prepare around the topic. At that point, at least you should have had a slide that has the your names and all those things on it. And all that will be left would be for you to then determine what side of the coin that you are on. And then the day we decided on the side that you are on, you had another week to prepare. So you coming here and telling us that you don't have a slide, I feel like it's very wrong. It's really wrong. Your slides are marked, like I always say, they are marked. So if you don't have a slide and we can't mark you on the slide, you've lost some points as well, which is really, it's really not good enough. And also the fact that some people didn't even they didn't meet the deadline for the submission. There's a deadline for you to submit your slides, which is on Friday. Guys, you need to take this thing serious. There was a team here today that only 2 members were available to present. Like I said, if your team members are not contributing to the team, please let us know, and then you remove them. You still have the time now to remove your team members if you think they are not contributing to the team, they are dragging you back. Remove those team members, and if you want, you can have other team members to join. It's easy. It's better for you to know that you have 2 dedicated team members than for you to start chasing people around on the day of the presentation. If for any reason you don't know how to prepare a PowerPoint slide, please contact the general team leader. He is available for you to contact. Please contact him, speak to him. And then if need be, if it's something that he cannot help you on, then you will let us know, and then we'll be able to organize a session for you. It's not nice when you come here and say, oh, we don't have slides. And please don't, when the schedules are made, they are randomly made. We don't intentionally put people in places. It's a randomization assigning of individuals into different time slots. So don't send me messages telling me that, we can't meet the deadline, or everybody had a reason not to meet their timelines, and it's really sad. The fact that you're the first person to present this week doesn't mean next week you'll be the first person. So it might not favor you this week, but to favor you next week. So please, guys, when you see your time slots, except in dear situations where for a very good reason, probably 2 of the team members are sick. And even if they are sick, that means that they can't present for the whole day, or probably they are held up in traffic, or for very dear reasons. I wouldn't even say traffic, because you should have planned beforehand. But except for very dear reasons, please don't ask me to extend your time, because changing the time slot would mean that it will affect the other team. That means that I have to go back and front between you and the other team, which is not fair, both on the team and on you, and on the other team members as well. So yeah, those are the points I wanted to say as well. So please, let's just accommodate each other. See, if you have to, I had some team members that were up discussing with me till 2 a.m. this morning. That was how dedicated they were. And it showed in their presentation. That's just the truth. You cannot put in time and then you expect to have something good. You have to put in the time. It's very, very important, guys. Take this very serious. If you don't want to be serious, then you're not meant to be here. Take it very serious. And this is just the same with the judges as well. We are not happy with many of the teams today. We saw a lot of teams slacking. A lot of teams just came to freestyle. Some even, you could see it in them. There's no passion in their eyes. You know, you could see it in their tone as well, that they're not prepared for it. So please, let's work on this. Thank you very much. All right, so we'll be posting the scores on the Daytopia platform today at the end of the day. So, oh, is that Daytopia?
Yeah.
You wanted to say something? Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll be posting it. I'll announce it now, and then we'll be posting it. I'll just quickly go through the main comments which is given by the panel, so that you can understand, and then further comments will be passed on as well, if that's okay, because of time. Dr. Adejumoke, can I go on?
Oh yes, you can go on, please. Please go on.
Thank you. All right. So for the first round, we had Lokoja versus Unsuka Beta. And for that round, the University of Unsuka Nigeria Beta, they won that round. So they'll be having the 3 points for that round. And that's mainly because they were smart. They were able to move the debate they focused the debate on the inability for the University of Lokoja to strongly distinguish between the morality and creativity. So we saw a lot of strong points that Lokoja made that were around the morality, and the University of Nsukka, they were able to take advantage of that. So University of Nsukka won on that round. Further comments will be passed anyway with regards to the scores. For the second one, there was no mark, so it was just 1-1 for Abu and UI due to the incident. For the third one, Futa versus Unsuka Alpha. I'll just go to that now. 1 second. All right. So both teams did not provide enough empirical backing, but it showed greatly. But Futa was slightly better, so Futa won that round. It showed greatly that Unsuka did a lot of freestyle with their points, and they repeated the same points a couple of times. And they also mentioned a couple of points which were supporting both sides, which shouldn't be the case. So further comments will be passed on this as well. Just a general one so that everybody can learn as well. So the next one, UI, Beta, and OAU. Just go to that one as well. Give me a second. For this one, UI won because UI they showed they were better prepared for the topic. OAU even though they struggled with the initial topic which they brought, which was different slightly, they were able to come back, but obviously UI were better prepared, so they won that round. So UI better got the 3 points for that round. Okay, and the final one, Futmina versus Uni Abuja. So for this one, Uni Abuja won. Uni Abuja had better counter arguments, the better slides as well. Futmina were very good. It was a close competition, but too many generalized statements without substantial backings from Futmina. So that's it, guys. I'll post it on the Daytopia WhatsApp group as well. So this is just the first round, and like we said, it's just for you to test the waters, see how you guys, as a group, as a team, can work together. So this is just the first round. So we've seen this happen a lot in our competitions. So whether you won today or you also won, everyone is a winner, obviously. Whether you've won or you've also won in another way, you've learned something today. You've learned something about your team, and it's all left for you now to pick yourself up and make sure that the next round you are bringing in a lot better performance, a lot better research, things that you can work on. I'm sure you would have learned a lot from this one on things that you need to work on for the next round. So that's it, guys. We'll send you an email and communicate the results to
All
you.
right. I
Thank
think
you very much.
somebody raised their hand just now. Who was that? Yeah, Babatunde, you wanted to ask a question.
Yeah, I'm the one. Good evening, everyone.
Yeah, good evening.
So yeah, okay. Thanks for the comment. Like, it was really insightful because there's something that we're just getting to learn to do basically. But then, please, are we still going to debate in Daytopia, or it's just going to be the group presentations and everything, like the schedule? I know that the next one is going to be like we're going to analyze some videos and everything, but and what will be the interval? Is it going to be weekly or something?
Yeah, so it's going to be weekly. I was going to say this, that it's going to be weekly, but for those that on this particular one that we just finished, for those that didn't meet the mark, it's not like, see, some of those, the truth is that those topics themselves are positive and negative in both ways. So it's not like you didn't do well or anything. It's just because we felt like the other team had a little bit of more stronger point, especially the final team that presented. Trust me, it was a debate amongst the judges to decide on who was just, it was just a little bit of slip-offs from the other team, from Futmina, that made Abuja win. But what am I trying to say is that do not be discouraged. There's still 3 tournaments to go that you can actually score good marks and then still win the competition. So for the other tournaments, the next one would be the video one, which is just a presentation. So it's a presentative review on that video that you would be getting, and it's going to be next week, Saturday. So you'll be given a video. All you need to do is just review that video. You can develop your own topic from that video, or you can decide to just adopt the topic that the video uses. Yeah?
Sorry, I'm so sorry. Okay, I see talking. I was going to ask again if like we need to present, okay, we need a slide. Are we going to okay, we would definitely need slides for this one. And
yes.
Because the thing is, there were so many things that were not clear from our previous meetings. Like the 1 point thing, I thought that the 1 point that I mentioned was going to be in rebuttals. Like you can't raise more than a question at a time. So that was what we are assuming now. Like there were some things that were not really explicit. Like we have to start.
Yeah.
There were so many things that were not explicit from our previous meetings, and it affected us in our preparation and everything. So
Yeah, Babatunde, you are very, very correct, because many of the teams just within one round, they kept on having several questions within one round. It was meant to be one question or one comment per round. But apparently, if we are going to penalize, we're going to penalize everybody for it, because at some stage or the other, everyone actually committed that crime. So yeah, and that's why I just felt like for some reason it wasn't too clear enough how it was meant to go. So many people on that ground, many people did not do justice to that. But we didn't judge anyone on that. That's because in fact almost everyone had that issue, whereby they had several questions and several comments within one round of the face-off. But yeah, this round is gone. Like I said, it's just an introduction to the whole thing. It's just an introduction. The next round, like I said, would be, if you want to know how this would go, the video review will go, you can go on Daytopia and check the book review session for the Daytopia competition. It's something similar, whereby you watch the video, create a PowerPoint, a 10-minute PowerPoint presentation on the video. Is it 10 or 15 minutes? I'm going to need to double check that. But you can check your rule book as well to confirm the number of minutes for it. Present your, make your PowerPoint presentation, assign your team members to different parts of the presentation. Say for instance, Batunde will be taking the introduction, John will be taking the body, and Bolaji as well will be taking the body as well, the second part of the body, and then we have Joseph taking the conclusion. So you divide your teams into those groups as well, so that it's easy for you guys. Now prepare well for the presentation. In some cases during this phase of, some teams were actually talking on top of each other. Let me be the one to answer. Let me be the one to answer. No, it shouldn't be like that. You should have someone within the team that should be the first point anyways. The first off is over. So for the video review, everybody knows what they're talking about, what they are saying. Now, in case there is a slight glitch with that person's internet connection, somebody in the team should know all the slides by heart, and should be able to take over that person's presentation. Now, please don't, because there's this person has got network glitch or nobody else to take over, and then the whole team is running helter-skelter. No, you all need to be or probably dedicate somebody that knows all the slides by heart and can easily quickly jump in if for any reason someone is unavailable or there's a network connection. So, but like I said, dedicate each team member that's going to take up the different part of the slide. Make sure that anything that is on your slide is evidence-based. You're supporting or building more on that topic. So the introduction should quickly just tell us about the video. What's the video all about? All right, so what's the video all about? The introduction should quickly tell us what the video is all about, and then the body of your presentation then should go into developing more points on the video using evidence-based. Now, like we said, don't freestyle. Everything you're going to be saying has to be evidence-based. Present your evidence. If you have charts, like Okiki just told me that they had charts in their presentation, but we were not able to present it. If you've got charts, present your charts. Back whatever you're saying up with evidences, and that's all you need. Make sure you remember to. I think it was just one of the teams that had proper referencing in their slides here today. You need to reference everything that you are using, from the pictures to your work in itself. Please do reference everything that you are using in. You're allowed to add graphics, you're allowed to add videos if that would help back your points up. Please do add them as well. All right, do we have any final questions before we close for the day?
Good evening, ma. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good evening. Actually, a team member of our AB's area. I'm very, very sorry about what happened last night. course of presentation. So actually, I'm not really clear on the modalities in which I don't really know how we accorded marks. I wasn't really clear. I wasn't hearing clearly there, so I don't know what to do. Just want to be clear on it.
All right. So basically, the marks are a lot of things going to the marks. The first one will be your PowerPoint slides. So your PowerPoint slides are marked. If you look at the rule book, go back to the rule book again, you will see the gradings in the rule book.
Okay. No. Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Sorry, I was actually asking in respect of what happened during our presentation, how it was actually treated later on. Yes.
Okay.
The
What team?
ABUUI.
ABUUI, okay.
Yes, this one.
Dewale, do you want to reflect on that? Because you are the one that handled the marking. ABUUI, how are they graded?
Oh yeah, so because of what happened, right? So the only punishment that was given was that none of those two teams would have the opportunity to get the full 3 points. So it wasn't graded at all. So we just shared the mark 1 point each for both of them. And then the other punishment was the fact that you present first. So we won't be looking for who to present first, since you guys have nominated yourselves. But yeah, that's it.
Oh, all right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right. So since it was both teams that committed the offense, so it's just the 1 point for each team. And yeah, that was the decision anyways. From James, you asked the question. Can you? I'm not sure if I get it. I didn't join for our own results. Oh, okay. All right. Yes. The reason why Odunsi, the reason why I ignored that was that even from my own end, many people sent me messages saying they were unable to share their screen. That's because for some reason Zoom wasn't allowing us to. Even from my end, I would always share my video, start my video, but it's not allowing me. I've tried this several times. For some reason, it's not allowing me, and that's why I didn't take I didn't penalize anyone for that. But from next week, I'm going to try to see why it wasn't allowing us. I was meant to have said that to you guys. So sorry. Some people were able to share their put on their videos, but I was not. Some of the team leaders sent me a message saying they were not able to as well from their end. That is why I did not talk about it. But I'm going to find out why we are unable to share our videos. But from next week, please, guys, if you are unable to, like I said, it's part of the rule. You need to, at least for the first few minutes, put on your videos. Let us see who is speaking. And then, yes, I was going to come to that. So, yeah, please put on your videos because it's part of the markings as well. We need to see your face and then, yes, be able to, yes. So, Odunsi, same thing. Yes, I think at the beginning, I think it was Babatunde that took that part, whereby he was calling your names and he says a 0. They actually got penalized for that. Dewale didn't say that, but because like I said, it's graded, it's called. So, but the problem was that even after grading it, they still had more points because, like I said, what is it called? I think it was the team that was presenting the wrong topic in itself. Yeah, so that was what happened. It wasn't right, but please be careful of that. They were actually penalized for it during their grades. They highlighted this. The judges highlighted this during their grades, but I think it was because we were not able to give immediate feedbacks. It escaped our minds. But yes, please be mindful of the things you say. You shouldn't have said those things. All right, so there's a lot of questions. I'm just trying to read through some of them. Yes, so please, Babatunde, I know he was trying to It was trying to make a joke out of it, but it wasn't meant to. It wasn't nice. Saying people means mentioning people's name and saying it's a zero. It's a zero. It was difficult, to be honest. It was really difficult because the other team actually just presented out. It was a total. We couldn't even grade the other team because they were presenting on something else entirely. And to be honest, that was the only reason why they won. Or if the other team had their topics right, trust me, they wouldn't have won that competition in itself. Okay, so please, I don't actually get the marks allocated. Does it mean that? No. All right, so the thing is that for this round, the way the tournament is done, if you win, if it's an outright win, then it's a 3 points. So for this face-off now, for this debate face-off, if it's an outright win, then it's 3 points. If it is a draw, which we didn't really have any team that had a draw, except the teams that were raising their voice at each other. And the only reason why those teams had a 1-1 was because their presentation was solid. They had good scores on every other grounds of the presentation because they raised very valid points. The only reason why they had a 1, they were faulted for not abiding by the competition rules. So if you have an outright win, it's 3 points, and then the other team has a 0. Yeah, but if you have a draw, then it's 1 point each. That is for the face-off, and then for the video session as well, to be the same thing, 3 points and a 0. If it's a tie, then it's 1-1 as well. No, the other team that lost didn't have any points. But like I said, you can, claim back your points in the next round as well. Right, I'm right? I'm correct, Mr. Daytopia, right?
Sorry, can you mention what you just said? The last point you just made. Sorry, you're on mute though.
I was just trying to answer the question that is on the chat box. John's question. Oh, you didn't see it? All right, let me just read. I think he sent directly to me. So what John is asking is that he said, so the teams that lost the rounds, that means they get a 0 points. Is that right?
Yeah. So so if you once the score is gathered, once you win, you get your 3 points. It's like so each is like a football match. So you get your 3 points. Or if it's a draw, you get your 1 point. I'll post the table as well, the standing, post it as well. So you get your 3 points. So if you lose, you get 0 for that phase. So hopefully, the next phase, hopefully, you are able to do really well and, get better marks than your opposition, the person you appeared with, the group you appeared with. So you can get the 3 points for that one.
All right. Please, before I'm going to go back. But Babatunde, please, I would just like you to, because I feel like you still hold the other team an apology for saying that their surnames as a 0. I think you need to apologize to the other team as well.
On behalf of UI Better Team, we sincerely apologize for that error, I would say. We did not intend for it to be taken that way. We did not intend for it to be that way. And we sincerely apologize. We with apologies are taken. Thank you.
Yeah, we are sorry. We are sorry. We didn't just, I'm so sorry. Boy, I'm so sorry. Like, we didn't just know the level of the banter. I'm so sorry. I took it too far. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, I would send the breakdown to you guys. I think the best way I would do it is I'll send all your breakdowns to the team leaders. And then the team leaders will send it can decide to share it with their individual team members as well. Yes, you would have the breakdown. So the same video would be sent to the person that you are going against. So take, for instance, UI is going against Footmina next week. They're going to have the same video to review. It's whoever reviews that video best with the right evidence and is able to develop more valid and critical thinking around that topic would be the one that wins the tournament. Now, the reason why it's a 3-0 is just because I know some people might feel that somebody that didn't win should at least have a 1 point, but it's because we believe that, number one, it's a tournament. It's either you win or you win or you win. Yeah, that's the word. So, but for you to have won the tournament, it must have been a clear cut, because we've got a lot of judges, and within those judges, if there is no doubt within any of the judges that this person didn't do the right thing, then you wouldn't have won at all. And like I said, there are different things that is used to grade. Number one is your pronunciation. That's your the way you use your word, the evidence you've provided, your slides as well. If you look at the rule book, you see all the criteria that we use to judge. Every week we send out a detailed chart. It's like a chart of what you scored in each criteria as well. So take, for instance, for somebody that did not even present a slide, that means you scored 0 on the slide section as well. So yeah, these are one of the things that we used to judge. We look at your slide, we look at the way you use your words, your enunciation when pronouncing, and then also your diction as well. Okay.
I'm sorry, can I go now?
Yes, please.
You mentioned something just now, and I'm not too clear. You mentioned pronunciation. Is that to say that accent is marked?
No. Accent is different from pronunciation. They are two different things. So your accent is not marked. It's your pronunciation, the right pronunciation of words. We all have accents, and that's permissible. That's pardonable. I have my own accent as well. But what we are looking at is more of pronunciation, using the right pronunciation. For instance, like I always say, some people will say Google instead of Google. Yeah, those are the kind of things we're saying. So you just need to pronounce the word the way it's meant to be pronounced, not your accent.
So what did you just now? I'm sorry. What did you just?
I said Google and Google.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so it's those obvious, wrong pronunciations that we're talking about, that we are very sensitive about. Just pronounce your words well. Nobody's marking you on your accent at all. Although in some cases, some accents might make you pronounce the words the wrong way. For some accents that use S, and all those things. But yeah, those ones are pardonable because that is your accent, and that has nothing to do with your pronoun. But just make sure that you pronounce the words the right way. So yeah, that's just it. Okay, so it's a group. Everything that we give you during the tournament is a group work. It's not an individual work. It's a group work. That's why you are in groups. So once we send out the videos, now the team needs to come together, or everybody needs to go and watch the video, and then come together and develop a plan as to how you're going to develop your slides. I'll try as much as possible to send out the videos this evening so that at least you guys can start preparing as soon as possible. So it's a group work. It is not an individual task, it's a group work. And then you present as a group as well. So like I said, you need to allocate different teams. I'm answering the questions that are being sent. I think they are sent directly to me, so you guys might not be able to see it. So individuals, you need to assign individuals to those different sessions of your presentation and allow them to present. Now, you will be judged on, like I said, if for no valid reason, all the team members are not presenting, you would be marked down. So everyone on the team needs to be presenting because we are judging everyone on that team. Now we've got people that are exceptional in their presentation, and those people would be awarded accolades after the presentation as well. All right, I hope I've answered John's question.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Please,
Yeah.
you mentioned something now that contradicts what, like, sorry, I don't know if that is
Yeah,
the right
what did I say?
So in the initial, in the build up to this debate, to this session, it said that all team members don't have to participate in every round. That some member, like, we should just select the people that should be there.
Yeah. So the debate is a bit different because the reason why I said so is that I don't want you guys to be talking at each other during the debate. That's why I said so. But for the presentation, it's a presentation by the whole team. By the whole team. And this one is not, nobody's going to interrupt you. You're going to have your time to present. So that means that you can plan and prepare, rehearse before the time. Rehearse in such a way that everybody knows what they're saying and at what time they're jumping in as well. Like,
all right.
Yeah. So it's a bit different with the debate. The reason why I said that for the debate is that I don't want people to be talking against each other, and I want it to be as organized as possible. But for the other sessions from now on, it's not a debate. No one is jumping in, no one is replying you afterwards. So you are the one just presenting on that video, a review on that video. And I'm going to, as the team leader, I'm going to assign Babatunde to do the introductions. I'm going to assign John and Michael to take the body of the presentation. So transitioning also matters. How do you transition within the team? So it's not like, oh, Babatunde finishes his presentation and then we are thinking, who is next? Oh, John, you're meant to be the one. No, you have to transition. Good transitioning is very important. That's why I said, guys, go and watch the video on book review for the last competition. That will really help you. That will really help you. Like I said, it's a little bit different from the debate. The way it's different is that everyone in the team is presenting. So you have a PowerPoint, everyone is presenting, and then you assign people into teams. Nobody is interrupting you. You're going to finish your own presentation before the other team starts their own presentation. There is no back and front in this one. Yeah, it was your John. It was just an example. Yeah. So there's no back and front in this one. It's just your team presenting, you're done. And then to be honest, I feel like this one is a little bit unclear because you guys might be thinking that, oh, we did really well. Why are they judging us that we didn't do well? For the other tournament stages, this will be really clear because you yourself will start judging yourself the moment you're done with your presentation. Once you see the other team present, you see their slides, you see how coordinated they are or how disoriented they are, you will be able to know that, oh, okay, we've shot ourselves in the leg. Oh, we are doing better. Because this one, you guys are talking against each other. You guys might not be able to judge, but we that we are listening, we can judge, we can hear you, we can see what you're saying. We see the passion behind what you're saying, as well. It's no point coming to say stuff that it's obvious that your mind is saying something else. All right, yeah. All right, I think I've talked so much today. All right, guys. So if you've got any question, you can schedule individual team meetings with us. You just need to speak to Okiki about it. If you want to book an individual meeting, we can meet with your team. If you think you're struggling or you need further information on the video review or any of the stages or phases, please do either send it directly to me or you can contact Okiki as well. But however, you need to have whatever meeting you want to book. It has to be before Friday. So you're allowed to book a meeting from Sunday to Thursday. No meetings will be acknowledged on Friday because by Friday you are meant to be submitting your slides on Friday, not, yeah. So it's better for you to be clear, ask questions if you're in any doubt than, doing the wrong thing as well. All right, and that's it for today. Do we have any final questions before we go? So Sulaiman, like we said, the marks will be, I don't know, probably you missed the part when we said the scores, but the marks and the final scores will be posted on the Daytopia group and also on the team leaders group as well. you will get an email detailing what was your score in each phases or in each grades, rather, yeah, in each categories for today. You get your scores to let you know what your points were like. So that way you get more clarification into it. All right, yeah, thank you very much, guys.
Sorry.
Yep.
I've not gotten any mail yet. Like I've not gotten any mail yet, and I've submitted my mail.
Yeah. So if you have not gotten any email from us till now, that means you are not yet on the mailing list. If you have sent me already your email, I would add that as soon as I'm done here. I wasn't able to do that because I was trying to host as well. So leave that with me. If you have not gotten any mail and you have not sent your emails to me, please do send your emails through your team leaders, and then they would then send it to me, and then I'll be able to add you to the mailing list. Is it part of all the points? So the grading slide is just a breakdown of the scores, of why we scored you what you scored. It's just simple. So the grading slides is just like a bar chart. So it's a breakdown of what we observed, what we graded you on each category that led to the score that you have. Yeah. So that's just basically, so you would see where you need to work harder at and where you didn't do well at as well. Yeah, so that's just what the grading slide. I don't know, for people that have been on Daytopia for a while, they already know what the grading slides look like. Yeah, so if you have a team member that already is a member of Daytopia, you can ask them to give you, just share a screenshot of what the grading slides look like, and then it gives you an idea what you'll be expecting from us as well. So yes, so any other information, you'll get it through emails or from Okiki as well. Okiki is the general team leader, and he's been doing a fantastic job. Please, can we all just applaud and just a big thank you to Okiki. He's been really good. Thank you very much, though. All right, guys, I'm just going to let you guys go now. We've spent so much time. Hopefully we're going to finish on time next week. Next week, we're going to get your feedback immediately after your presentation. You get your feedbacks immediately after your presentation. So that way you don't have to wait till the end of all the presentation. All right, guys. Yeah, do have a nice day, and bye-bye.